Positive energy all the time. What's cracking? You know who it is. It's the bad guy. It's the bad man. It's the bad guy. It don't make no sense. It's the bad guy. Rep your city. I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. You already know what it is. Shout out to everybody in Kick, all the trolls and everybody. I'm going to let y'all go tonight. It's the Rack. Shout out to everybody over there on Twitch. It's Chi-Town. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. It's Chicago, Illinois. Everybody on Facebook. It's the Shiggity. You know what it is, the Windy City. You know how we do. You already know how we do. All right, mods, you got an easy night. Let them go. Free speech in the chat. Don't block nobody. Trolls, come on over. You got a free night to troll. Get your troll on. Everybody get your troll on. Everybody get your troll on. If you're a troll, tonight's your night, baby. Tonight's your night. If you're a troll, tonight's your night. Come on over and get your Trino Inno. You know what it is. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go with the nonsense, okay? I'm going to get it going. First, let me shout out everybody before I get too far gone. We got Greensboro in the building. We got San Jose in the building. We got Washington, D.C. in the building. Wichita, Kansas in the building. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the building. Portland, Oregon in the building. We got Northeast Alabama in the building. My cousin Henderson is in the building. I don't know if he's my cousin, but I bet you he's my cousin on everything. We got Milwaukee in the building. Now I'm not gonna edit this tonight. I'm not gonna say nothing that gonna get this edited. The beautiful Teresa is in the building. Hey. Welcome to the channel. This is a very prejudiced channel. Very biased channel. Portland, Oregon. The ladies could get away with anything. I'm sorry. I mean, the ladies, but on social media, the ladies is cool. You don't be seeing the ladies trolling. You don't see the ladies arguing. The ladies is better than the dudes by far. The ladies are the best audience. But there's some cool brothers out there. Don't get me wrong. I got some real stand-up brothers watching me. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying the most mess-ups be the men. I'm not saying men to mess up. I'm saying the ones that be the most, they always be dudes, making us look bad. You know what I'm saying? We got Dade County in the building. We got Buffalo, New York in the building. Free speech tonight. Get in the chat. Y'all can argue. We got Buffalo, New York, my main man, XYZ. Listen, y'all can argue whatever. I'm not paying no attention to the chat. So, mods, let them go. Let them go. We got the beautiful Mrs. Moore in the building. I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby. Baby. Your granddaughter just started. Hey, congratulations. The grandbaby went to school. She was happy, wasn't she? Man, little kids love going to school. How old is she? Let me see how old she is before I jump to conclusion. I'm just taking for granted she's little. I don't know, JoJo Jones. I don't know. Be free. Say what you're going to say. You know what I'm saying? Say what you're going to say. You say, you say N words make black people look bad. I don't be making black people look bad because uh, I'm definitely an N word. I thought I'd make black people look good, JoJo Jones, because I'm definitely an N word. Yeah, I'm the original N word. As a fact, JoJo Jones. I'm the original N word. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know N word is not a bad thing. Y'all just don't know what an N word is. Y'all turned it into something negative, JoJo Jones. You know what I'm saying? N word not a bad thing, JoJo Jones. They just flipped it, bro. They just flipped it. Original N word was rebellious. You understand? See, now y'all make it like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, it's N words against like black Americans, right? But back then it was N words against colors and Negroes. So if you got to choose between being colored or a Negro, mm-mm. It's plain to see you can't stop me because I'm going to be an N word for life. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to NWA. You know what I'm saying? Here's a little something about an N-word like me. Never for being inside the penitentiary. Pharaoh would like to say that I'm a crazy MF every random way. Since I was a youth, I burnt trees out. Now, I'm the type of brother that you read about taking for two. That's what I do. If you don't like it, then this is a gang. Hey, and I'm in it. My man, them, I knock you out in a minute with a right, left, you toothless. And then you say, damn, they ruthless. Everywhere I go, they say, damn, that brother Pharaoh messing up the program. What you know about that? Now, my mother and them wasn't N-words. They was coloreds and Negroes, and then they was black Americans before they passed away. You say I'm burnt out? I don't know what burnt out is. I didn't know what burnt out is. I thought burnt out was like this. I thought if you was burnt out. What burnt out mean? I don't know what burnt out is, right? What burnt out mean? What burnt out mean? It got a new meaning? Burnt out got a new meaning? You just kidding? You just kidding? You know what a kid is, right? This is a kid. I'm trying to stop calling our children kids because this is a kid. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to stop using that word kid. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying. It's a bad habit. My parents been saying it so long. Yeah, we getting it popping. Yeah. So everybody come on in, come on in. We're gonna get it going. I might be up. I might do a couple of them tonight. Uh, oh, so they really coming for the shot, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that, G-Rod. That's all hype. That's all hype. You understand? See, G-Rod, blacks in Chicago run this. We the number one, right? We number one. Period. Now, as far as number go, Texas is number one. Texas got 4 million black people. Salute to big Texas. But as far as a city with culture and swag and dominance, and that's not on the coast, that's in the middle of America, so it ain't a whole bunch of immigrants. It's just black, whites, and Hispanics. That's it. And, you got some Chinese in Chinatown. So a lot of black people, they want to see something happen to Chicago. Because they say, y'all think y'all so tough, y'all think y'all are that. So a lot of black people can't wait for Trump and them to come to Chicago to see their own black people, hopefully to see their own black people suffer. For real. A lot of black people can't wait to see the troops come to Chicago. It's a disgrace. It really is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we number one. We always been number one. It's the headquarters. It's Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, all that. This was the biggest Black Panther party. Prove me wrong. What was the biggest? Which Black Panther party had the most members? Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton's organization was bigger than UEP Newton's by far. I'm just keeping it real. And then see, let me tell you something about Chicago. This is what a lot of y'all don't know about Chicago, why we number one. You see, when you black and you in America and you make a product, guess who make you rich? We do. When you're from Philadelphia and you drop music, when you're from Motown and you drop music, if you're from New York and you drop music, you in LA and drop music, guess who your biggest city market is? Us. We support all the black people. Think about it. One of the main cities artists want to come to when they go on tour is here. So a lot of people don't look at the support, right? A lot of people don't look at the support, how much we support Black America. We one of your biggest markets when it comes to money. Tell me if I'm lying. If you live somewhere and you come out with a product right now, a black product, you don't want Chicago to buy it? You know how much money you're going to make from Chicago? Think about it. You understand? Somebody say Chicago don't buy music with all this music. They say Chicago don't buy music. Okay? He said Chicago don't buy music when we got streaming, right? So sometimes when you a hater, you don't be intelligent. Because nobody buys music now because of Spotify. Right now we're trying to rectify that. They paying fees to Spotify and listening to it for pennies. Right? Record stores is gone. There ain't no more record stores. There's no Sam Goodies. There's no record stores no more. What's your name? Camp? Camp Gaddafi? Yeah, you slow, but you get to troll today. troll till you turn blue in the face. But you don't know what you're talking about because there's no record stores no more. So how you gonna buy how you gonna buy music? There ain't no record stores. You can't sell no albums no more. You got so much hate inside of you. What's your name? Camp Gaddafi. You got so much hate that you just spewing stuff rather than think it out and look intelligent. So you make yourself look bad. You know what I'm saying? You make yourself look bad. You say, no, nobody buy music. I'm giving you game. The black music industry is complaining about that. Scarface just was talking about that. We want to get rid of streaming and we want to go back to mom and pop stores. You understand? So when you said that didn't make no sense because ain't nobody selling music no more. Who's selling music? Camp? You say, listen, we're going to keep it $1 billion. Right? Look at this. He say, Chicago blacks don't buy music. Who's selling music? Who's selling music? Who's selling it? Who's selling music? I think that's a fair question. Who's selling music? See, some of y'all brothers, I don't like to talk to you because when I come to you straight up like a brother, you don't talk back. And then when you wrong, a real soldier going to be like, yeah, you right. But if you ain't standing on business, you're going to try to save face because I'm 100% right. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody sell music no more. You know what I'm saying? There's no way I'm in the music business. I can't sell no music no more. You got to go to DistroKid or somebody, and then they distribute it to some people, and you get a half a penny a song or whatever. Make it make sense. So when you say something, make sure that you know what you're talking about. But I can't talk to you no more because obviously you is emotional and you don't speak no truth. You'll just say anything because you're trying to make a point instead of make sense. You wanted to come back and go to prison, Rob? You said somebody tried to trip and you want to come back and go to prison? You want to come back and prove something and go to prison? Because that's basically what you said. Charge it to the game if you're a real G, right? Charge it to the game. You know what it is. That's not Chicago. That's an individual. I could get robbed in your city. It's robberies everywhere. So make it make some sense. I'm confused. I'm confused because I've been all over this country. And they'll rob you in New Jersey. They'll rob you in New York. They'll rob you in Detroit. They'll rob you in Cleveland. They'll rob you in L.A. I'm confused. I don't know what you're trying to say. You lost me. They don't rob people where you live at because your name Rob. Your name is Rob. The artists of the day only make their money, Robert, from doing concerts. They got to do tours. They got to do concerts. That's the only way they're going to make some money. And the drill rappers don't get to make no money because you can't do no drill tour. So that's why drill is falling off and the sex music is taking over. Now, they ain't on nothing. They don't mean no harm. You know what I'm saying? Let them go. So Trump is going to send, they want to know, is Trump going to send troops to Chicago? No, they're not intelligent. You understand? Because if you have a bad experience in Chicago, you can have a bad experience anywhere. That's not the city. So if I go to L.A., right, and somebody shoot me in L.A., that's not L.A. That's not L.A. That's just dude. So this is when you got to get high intelligence. That don't represent L.A. anytime you have a problem with somebody, that represents the person. That's the only person that represents is the person. It don't represent the city. One individual do not represent the city. Their behavior does not represent the city. That's a childish, immature mentality. That's not real. That's not real. That's fake. Because I was in LA and I had a Mexican talk crazy to me. Is that LA fault? Because there's blacks in LA. So what that Mexican talk crazy, I had a Mexican talk crazy to me, and I lived in a Mexican neighborhood where they was nice. I lived in a Mexican neighborhood called Glendale. And in Glendale, I remember one time it was a little store. I used to be selling incense and stuff. And I hadn't went out and made no money that day, so I went to buy some food, and I bought a bunch of stuff and put it on the counter. And then when he rang it up, I had ran from home, and I had only bought like so much money with me. I still had money at home. So let's say I got like $20. He rang it up and said like $25. So I was like, okay, I'm going to put this back. He said, no, my friend. No, my friend. Fine. See what I'm saying? So now the Mexican that was looking crazy at me selling incense downtown, what he got to do with the Mexican that was cool in the neighborhood. See what I'm saying? We got to be highly intelligent. We can't be generalized. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he could go to DC. He can't really do all that here. If he come to Chicago, all the immigrants gonna run. If he come to Chicago, all the immigrants gonna run. So it's gonna be apartments available, jobs available. It's gonna just open it up for a foundation of Black America. You understand? See, let me tell you something. I really be outside. I'm born outside. You know what I'm saying? I'm born outside. What do that mean? That means from a little boy, boom, you little, what? Your daddy got you in front of the house with the bike, with the training wheels on it. You riding on your training wheel. Then he take one training wheel off. Then eventually he take the other one off and he holds you. You go up and down the block, right? Till you get it and your daddy let you go. Once your daddy let you go, you might be 4 or 5, maybe 6. Now he bring your bike out every day and you ride up and down the sidewalk, right? You ride up and down the sidewalk. It's 5, 6, 7. Next thing you know, you 8, 9. You start going down the street on the block, right? Next thing you know what? You on the next street. You at the park. You 8 blocks that way. You 9 blocks that way. Next thing what? You from 116th to 87th. You riding over everywhere. You outside. You at the park playing basketball. Next thing you know, you in 5th grade, 6th grade. You shooting dice. You outside with the gangs. You ain't in the gang, but they older. You outside. So your whole existence is outside. I've been outside my whole life. Now, once you start having less children, they couldn't be outside because it wasn't safe because they had to be out there by themselves. But I'm from the baby boomers. We was outside. So I was rougher than my sons. My sons and stepsons and them, and my stepdaughter, they not rough like that. That's why so much gunplay with the young black man. He not rough like that. He not rough. He'll keep it gangster. He'll pop that thing, but they're not rough like that. They ain't been outside like that. They just be standing around. They ain't basketball, baseball, football, tackle. They not physical like that. The younger ones, everybody else, they're not physical. They're not physical. They can't fight. See how they be swinging? They be I be watching the fights. They not outside. They not rough like that. You know what I'm saying? They're not rough like that. They ain't been outside like that. They ain't skin up their knees and stuff like that. They ain't popping willies down the street. They ain't crashing on them bikes and all that. They just standing around on the block. They're not rough like that. Every generation got softer and softer. Now, my cousin, he like 7 years younger than me. He kind of still rough. He still was kind of in that era. So from like 1958 to 1968, they kind of rough. But after that, they got to have a gun. They'll get knocked out. I knock most of these shorties out in Chicago. I knock them out. Most of these shorties, most of these young gangbangers with the pistols, yeah, I knocked them out. And I'm 67. I knocked them clean out. I knocked them out. Easy. They can't fight. They can grab. They know how to. They watch wrestling. You know what I'm saying? That's the wrestling group. When the ones came up and start watching wrestling, they start slamming people on their head and all that. You know what I'm saying? That's the wrestling group. They can't fight, so they slam people on their head. Then they got worse. They start jumping people. Then they start, using weapons. You know what I'm saying? They can't really fight like that. I used to watch the shorties be fighting at Parkway. They can't really fight. I used to watch the gangs, with the gangs, you got to head up. I used to be watching them out the window. They couldn't fight. The dude that called it from always got to break them up. No grabbing, and standing back up. But as far as up, bop, 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 they ain't had it like that. They didn't have no stands. They don't have no boxing stands. They can't, you know what I'm saying? They can't bob and weave or nothing. You know what I'm saying? I got love for them. That ain't their fault. They didn't have a bunch of children. So mommy and daddy can't let you can't go far if it ain't a bunch of you. The more children you got, the more peaceful it is. So a lot of people, they got a lot of hate. You know what I'm saying? When we was growing up, money, we ain't had no fights once you get by like the 4th or 5th grade. Only little boys fight. That's another thing. They start fighting older and older and older. That's another thing. See, my generation, fighting was little boys. Only little boys fight. We didn't have no high school fights, no 8th grade fights, barely 7th grade fights. All the fights was 5th, 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. A little one 6th grade. That's it. By the time you got 7th grade, it's like a grown man. Fight. We already had conflict resolution by then. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't doing no fight. That's little boy stuff. I ain't had a fight since the 5th grade, I think. I ain't had no fight. I ain't had no fight. Like, what? Because you don't be doing goofy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got the swim. I had the green swim. Remember the green, apple green swim? Wow, right? We wasn't fighting, though. I didn't see no fights when I was growing up. We didn't have no high school fights. But you younger than me, G. Lisa, that's why. When I went to high school, no fights. They didn't start having fights until they start switching, bringing kids from one neighborhood in Chicago, bring them to another hood where they ain't from. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to talk about that because a lot of people, I see a lot of black people, they hating on Chicago because the immigrants coming. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that. That's wild. We're going to finish in a second. Now, I ain't really hating on Trump yet because I don't be jumping conclusions. I got to see what he doing. I don't know what he doing. So, you have to see if somebody running a plan, you have to see what the plan is and where it's going. So I ain't really hating on him. I'm just watching to see what he doing. He might just be going from city to city just to make the migrants run. If he chase all the migrants out, that's going to be good for black Americans. You know what I'm saying? That's going to open up jobs. That's going to cut down violence. That's going to cut down kidnappings. Strangers in the country, you don't know who they are. They ain't adapt to the American way of life. They bringing another way of life to the country. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference between the Africans and the Haitians. The Haitians be trying to bring another way of life up here. They got to go. The Africans come and adapt to this way of life. The Africans is cool because the Africans, they don't bring the way of life from Africa here. They come and they adapt to this way of life. The Haitians bring the Haitian way of life up here. That ain't going to work. Get them out of here. Yeah, get them out of here. And a lot of the Hispanics, like some of my Mexican friends, they don't like the Hispanic immigrants because my Mexican brothers, they saying, Pharaoh, we came up here and we adapted to the way people live up here. And they saying these other Hispanics coming and they bringing what we left from. So my Mexican compadres, they saying that them Venezuelans and all them people running across the border, they bringing what they mama and them left. They're like, we left that. And now they coming up bringing a way of life that we left. They're like, we want the American way of life. We don't want the Mexican way of life. We don't want the Guatemalan way of life. This is what my Mexican homies told me. Shout out to the Latin Kings out there. Y'all know who it all is. All the guys that's watching me that don't be in the chat, I see y'all too. Right? Shout out to all the Blackstones, BDs, the GDs, all the foes out there, the Vice Lords, all the Latin Kings. I see y'all out there. You know what I'm saying? Stay out the chat. Y'all doing right. Don't go in the chat. Just watch, right? Don't go in the chat. Expose yourself. You know what I'm saying? So all the guys watching me, all the Chiracians, boom, shout out, right? Much respect. I appreciate y'all watching me. You know what I mean? When I be outside bumping into y'all, that be all love. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, all the Latin Kings and all them dip. They don't like the immigrants coming up here changing their way of life. They Americans. They live in an American way of life. They don't want to turn this into what they left. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. Especially the Mexicans. The Mexicans don't like all them Venezuelans and all them people just running across and all them people coming that ain't being brought in a way where they got to adapt. It ain't that you don't want people to come, but you want them to come in small enough numbers where they could adapt. When you let too many people come, they don't adapt. So, Trump might got a good idea. You know what I'm saying? He might got a good idea by bringing the military in to chase somebody. I seen one city where the whole apartment complex is empty. Well, ICE went and ran them all out. That's housing for us. Feel me? Now, my only thing is how much money is Trump spending doing this and where he gonna get the money back from? So if I was to talk to him, that's why we was private. I'd be like, Trump, where you gonna get the money back from this? Because this costs a lot of money to bring ICE and the Coast Guard, the National Guard into all these cities. That's costing some billions. How you gonna get that money back? That's my only question. Where you gonna get the money back from? So I had a brother say, he from another city, he hit me, he say, so Pharaoh, what's gonna happen when he come to Chicago? I'm like, bro, listen. First off, I could see him coming because a lot of the Hispanics are run. He definitely not coming to deal with Black Americans. Okay? He definitely not coming for foundational Black Americans. Right? That's what we talk about, Camp. You kind of slow. So he definitely not coming for foundational Black Americans. Right? Don't listen to Camp. He don't know what's going on. He kind of emotional. Right? Because if you was coming for foundational Black Americans, you would come in July. You would come in June or July. He gonna come and everybody gonna be in the house. So when you got people tripping, right? Said he ain't from Chicago, said he from Detroit. Listen, if he tried to straighten up Black Americans financially, he coming at the wrong time. Y'all listen to me. I'm the king of this here. All everybody gonna do is go in the house. That's it. All these shorties gonna do is go in the house. That's it. And you're gonna stay here. You can only spend so much money, and when you leave, everybody gonna come back outside, especially in the fall and in the winter. Ain't no Black people gonna be outside. They outside now. They've been outside May, June, July, August. Nobody gonna be outside September, October. This not for the emotion. This for the highly intelligent people. People that's not emotional over this. I'm talking to the intelligent people. So if I was talking to Trump, I'd be like, if you're just gonna go in there real quick to scare out the Hispanics, fine. But if you're trying to stop the Black crime, you coming at the wrong time. That's what I would tell them. It's not only too cold, you got daylight savings time. It get dark early. Everybody outside when it's light for a long time to 8:30. Nobody ain't gonna be outside when it get dark at 6:30. And the army out there. Listen, Rob, if you was here and it got dark at 6:30, you was a shorty, and the National Guard came, would you go outside? You'd be in the house playing the game, wouldn't you? Like, I wonder when they're gonna leave, Joe. Somebody run back and forth to the store to get blunts. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't understand Black people. And they definitely don't understand the hood. Them shorties ain't gonna come outside. They're going to be in the house. They're going to be having parties in the house. There's going to be girls come over to the house. Nobody going to be outside. Nobody. It's going to be way less people outside than it be in the regular fall. Because sometime in the fall, people still be out, but it'd be less people. You understand? So when he come, if he trying to clean up black crime, he ain't going to clean up nothing. He wasting money. Now, when he get through going all across the country and the budget come in for how much he spent, ain't nobody talking about that. When he get through spending all that money, and then the troops, then the budget come in on top of the tariffs and people spending less money because everything costs an arm and a leg, where is the money going to come from? See, all the emotional people and cheerleaders for Trump and all that, they ain't like critical thinkers. They cheerleaders or haters, you know. I love Trump. I hate Trump. I'm not doing none of that. We talking real. Where is the finances going to come from? Look, if the National Guard come out here in September, October, are the stores going to make more money or less money? Put it in the chat. Not to you weirdos that you weirdos. I'm talking regular intelligent people. If the National Guard and stuff come here, are the stores going to make more money or less money? Are the stores in Washington, D.C. making more money or less money? The businesses in Washington, D.C. is losing money, a lot of money. People lose, you're going to lose money. You're going to lose money. I don't know, Jay, because you might be a cheerleader for Trump. I can't trust your word. I can't trust what you say, Jay. Because cheerleaders for Trump, this ain't a conversation for cheerleaders. This is an intelligent conversation when people that ain't got no side. You was a pro-Trump. You were pro-Trump, so you going to say whatever. I'm not really talking to you, Jay, because it's clear you just pro-Trump. So Trump can come, he could push your grandmama down and you wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking to you. I've already seen where you at. You not ready for no intelligent conversation. You a political hack. You know what I'm saying? You a political hack. This ain't funny. I ain't doing all that. You know what I'm saying? This is for people that want to think open-minded. What you mean, my safety? Do I look like I'm in danger? That's why I say I can't talk to you. Where you live at, Jay? Where you live at? Do I look like I'm in danger? I'm 67 in Chicago. Do I look scared? Do it look like I can't go outside? Have you ever been to Chicago? You from Kentucky. All right. You're from the backwoods. So this is a big city conversation, okay? You're from the backwoods, bro. Stay out this conversation. This is a big city. You can put all your little cities in Kentucky together and they'll fit in here, bro. Stay out this conversation. Chicago is a world-class city. And you come to Chicago, you go downtown. Yeah, Louisville, that's the backwoods. You come to the city, you go downtown, it's beautiful. When you drive around Chicago, you're not going to see gangs and all of that. You got to go back into a community for that. That's not Chicago. But like I say, you're from the backwoods. So a lot of people think it's just Chicago and it's just BDs and GDs. That's not it. You got to go turn. You got to go back into a community for that. If you want to see the vice lords, you got to drive to the west side. You got to get off the freeway. You got to go into whatever community they in, and that's where all that's at, which is a very small place compared to the whole city. I'm talking to intelligent people who want to learn something. I'm not talking to hacks. You understand? So most people don't know that. They think it's just, they just think it's just wow, you know? They don't know that. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people don't know that. So they got a, you know, like a movie idea about what's going on. They don't have a real perspective of like what's going on. And so when people come in to visit me in Chicago, they be like, oh, it's nice, because they just think they're going to just get off the plane and see GDs. You know what I'm saying? They think when they get off the plane, it's just GDs. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't comprehend no city that got 77 communities. You know what I'm saying? They can't comprehend nothing like this. You understand? So if you're in one of these areas like 29, who believe what happened in 29 affect 12, 38, 75? Look at these numbers. Pick a number and tell me whatever happened in that number affect all these numbers. Who believe that? And no, the place where these numbers is big. You understand? I could fit your city, Jay, in about 4 of these numbers. You understand? I'm giving you game, Jay, so look at this map. Pick a number, Jay, and any number you pick, whatever happened, it does not affect the rest of these numbers. That's why I'm trying to teach you something, bro. Pick a number, and any number you pick, whatever's happening, is not even that whole number is affected. Just a little few blocks in that number. So anything happening in 58 or 61 is in a little section of 61. It's not even affecting the whole 61. You understand? Because a lot of these is like Greeks. You got Greek neighborhoods, you got Italian neighborhoods, you got Arabic neighborhoods, then you got neighborhoods where it's like Pakistanis. It's a multicultural city. It's big. You got Polish neighborhoods. You got black neighborhoods where they get money, like Maple Park, where I grew up at. They're not running around Maple Park like that. Look, let me tell you something. Chicago's a black city, right? We got a lot of black police officers, right? Don't you know some of these blocks got 5 or 6 police live on the block? You understand what I'm saying? You can't just, you understand? Like where I grew up at, you had Mr. Young was a police officer. Yeah, Mr. Overstreet was a police officer. Mr. Hawkins was a police officer. Mr. Brooks was a police officer. I'm forgetting some too. But you had like 5 or 6 police officers just on that one block. You understand? So you just can't, you know what I'm saying? People don't understand that. Like I lived in O Block, and this and O Block got elderly people in there and single women with babies. They just not running around O Block. You understand? They're not just running around O Block like that. I raised 4 teenagers and a little girl in O Block. They're not, that's false. They're not just running around in there like that. This is a fact. It's not, when you see that and you see the drill, you just think they're everywhere. No, 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 no. It's not like that. It's not like that. You'll never know that's happening. Anybody that came here, Will of the Most High came here to see me, Posy came to see me, they'll tell you. Everybody that come here and I meet them, they go, dang man, it's nice here. This is where I live. I lived on the building on the left, this O Block, that second window with the white thing. That's why I raised 4 teenagers and a little girl for so many years. Right? And they ain't just all out here. This go all the way from 60, right down by 63rd, all the way down to like 64th. They're not just running. It's not just, no. It's elderly people living here. It's people with handicaps living here. It's people in wheelchairs living there. Chicago public housing. It's not that. It's who's still in harm. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about, Jay. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You got like some type of, I can't erase that vision out your head you got, bro. You got some kind of vision. Because you don't know how many Greeks live here. You don't know how many Italians live here. You don't know how many white people live here. I do. I hope y'all know. Hold on. Look. Now you tell me something. Now you tell me how bad it is. It's 1 million white people live in Chicago. 1 million. What that tell you? What that tell you? What that tell you, Jay? There's more white people live here than in your whole the people in your city. Y'all think all them white people live here? And it's the vision you got? That's a fake vision y'all got. It's not real. It's fake. They're building a new casino here that's finna be off the chain. You understand? That's all fake, y'all. I just walked around all day. I just was outside. It's fake. I just come to let the people know. Now listen, and I don't be lying. So if it was dangerous, if it was crazy like that, I'd tell you. Why wouldn't I tell you? I don't care. If it was like that, if it was crazy like that, I would tell you. What difference do it make to me if it's crazy? It ain't like that. Even the migrants, they ain't tripping up here like that. They'll get did dirty. They wouldn't be able to come here and do whatever they want to do. Y'all believe the migrants could come here and just do whatever they want to? Unbelievable. So I don't know. I don't know what Chicago you be seeing. I'm just here for my audience to know the facts so they won't buy into like myths. No, so you don't buy into no mythology. This is Chicago. Wait, hold on. Let me show you. This is wait, I keep showing the wrong picture. Hold on. Oh, I didn't upload it. Hold on. It didn't upload. That's Trump bringing them people. He gonna try to be on that. But let me show you Chicago. Dang, it keeps showing them every time I upload. Hold on. I might got to change the name. Let me change the name of this picture. But you know, Trump might be coming to scare the migrants. That'd be a good thing. You know what I'm saying? He might be coming to scare the migrants. But he not gonna really do no damage to black people. Don't y'all believe that? The only people he gonna do damage to is wild dudes that's out there tripping. That's out there sloppy, ain't got no license, got guns in the car and stuff like that. But that's a small number. That ain't no big number like that. Like I don't know what nobody telling you. It keep uploading the wrong picture. This is crazy. This thing will not upload the picture. Hold on. This is crazy. Why it won't upload the picture? Every time I load the picture, it loads up something else. It's a glitch. Hold on. Let me resize it and rename it, and it might load it up. But yeah, don't y'all believe all of that crazy stuff. But I think Trump. I think he's got to figure out where he gonna get the money back from. All the money he gonna spend doing this, I'm trying to figure out how he gonna get it back. That's the issue I got. Like you spending a lot of money. It's a good thing if you chase out the migrants. But if he coming to try to shut down black crime, why would you come in the fall? That don't make no sense. Why would you come when ain't nobody gonna be outside? That's a waste of manpower. He need to go to warm cities. He need to go to warm cities first. You know what I'm saying? He need to come to Chicago in June if he want to try to clean up. Because, you know, that's why you got to have people that's from the city to help you do stuff. Because to come here in the fall don't make no lot of sense. I ain't gonna lie. That ain't making no sense. Because this is Chicago. What that look like? that look like gangs just running around. You know how much money they making down here? This look like a gang infested. SM, you got some kind of problem where you keep saying the same thing? Like when you went to school, what happened to you? What happened to you, SM, where you say the same thing like hundreds of times? Are you trying to look intelligent? Because you're not really looking that bright, saying the same thing. I think we read it the first time. You got the same. No, you don't. I've been there. You ain't got nothing in Louisville, Kentucky, bro. If you don't stop. I've been to Nashville, Tennessee, and Louisville, Kentucky. We went there every year. When we go to Alabama, we stop in both of them. One on the way there and one on the way back. Kentucky is Kentucky, bro. Kentucky ain't got no downtown, nothing like this. You tripping. You tripping. He said they got the same thing in Chicago. And he said they got the same thing in Kentucky. I'm telling you, man, some crazy people on social media. He said Kentucky the same thing. That's what he said. He said Kentucky the same. What Kentucky you been to? I didn't go to that Kentucky. I must have went to the wrong Kentucky. I gotta go to another Kentucky, bro. Cause I went to the wrong Kentucky. I must have went to the wrong Kentucky. Didn't I? I went to the wrong Kentucky. I think I gotta go back. I went to the wrong Kentucky, bro. I gotta go back and go to the right Kentucky. Cause I didn't know Kentucky was just like Chicago. I swear to God. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. I appreciate you putting me up on that because I had it all wrong. I swear to God, I had it all wrong, bro. I didn't know Kentucky was doing it like that. I swear to God, I didn't know. I appreciate you teaching me some. Kentucky just like Chicago. I had no idea. I swear to God, I didn't know that. I swear to God, bro, I didn't know Kentucky was like Chicago. On everything I love, I didn't know that. I gotta step my game up, don't I, y'all? Yeah, I gotta step my game up. Yeah, I had it all messed up. I thought this was Kentucky. I thought that's what was Kentucky. But he telling me no. He telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. I thought that was Kentucky. That little place right there. He telling me Kentucky just like this. he telling me this. It's like this. Yeah, I'm like, oh wow. I thought this was like this. I thought this was Kentucky. That's what I thought. And I thought this was Chicago. That can't even get in the whole picture. I'm confused. I'm confused. I thought this is closed at night. And I thought it was popping down here at night. I don't know, man. I'm confused. I don't know. I got to go back to Kentucky. I went to the wrong Kentucky. I went, I went to the wrong Kentucky. I went to the wrong Kentucky. I got to go back to the right one. My bad. I got to go back to the right Kentucky, man. I've been messing up. I went to the wrong one, bro. My bad. My bad. I've been missing out. Yeah, I've been messing out, bro. I gotta step my game up. Yeah, I'm messing up. Let's take a break and then we'll finish. Yeah, let's take a break. Trump gonna send him. I mean, go ahead and send him. Everybody gonna be in the house though. He should send him in. He should send him in the summertime. Why you send him in the wintertime? Some people don't care if the job get done. They just haters and just want to see him come to a black city. That's all. If Chicago, America's racist. Most of the crime is in white cities. White Americans are the biggest criminals, commit the most crimes in the country, do the most bootlegging, do the most human trafficking, and all that. You know what I'm saying? Well, all I'm saying is if he is sending them, he got to be sending them for migrants because anybody know if you're going to come for black people, you're going to come in the summertime, right? If you're going to come for black people, you're going to come in July. You're going to come in July when it's popping. I don't know. And where's he going to get the money from? So, he's trying to send these people here. And he don't know nothing about Chicago. The Chicago Police Department going to ride with the mayor. And this is one of the biggest police departments in the country. They ain't going. Listen, the Chicago police ain't riding with Trump. I'm going to tell you that right now. If they come in and they get out of line, it's going to be a standoff between ICE and the military and the Chicago Police Department in the door. This Chicago. The Chicago Police Department does not let nobody come in this city run their city. Especially no white dudes that ain't built like that when they got a job to get some money that ain't really all that. Because, they ran out of Afghanistan and left all this stuff with the Taliban. So all that chest beating, nobody believe that anyway. Especially those of us since you run from Vietnam and all that. We don't believe you the big bad, none of that like that. We don't believe that. We believe you just got a uniform on trying to play G.I. Joe. Most of these dudes is soft as toilet paper in this picture. Facts. That's an absolute fact. Most of these dudes in this picture ain't been in a fight or nothing. They ain't built like that. They just trying to make a dollar. I got respect for them because they trying to make some money. It's a job. Some of them getting paid $50 an hour, so I don't blame them. Get your money. You know what I'm saying? Get your money, but you ain't really built like that. Who believed that these malls is built for these shorties out here? Man, these shorties will do them dirty. But you got to understand the shorties, they're going to go in the house. It's going to be fall. Black folks go in the fall. Ain't nobody going to be out there. Nobody's going to be outside when they get here. Yeah, they ain't built like that. They can't just talk crazy to regular citizens. This ain't them. This not L.A. for sure. This not L.A. We ain't gonna be doing all that jaw jacket. We ain't gonna do all that. If I'm outside and some weirdo asks me, "What are you doing out here? Come, let me see your ID." I'm gonna go let him see my ID. He gonna look at my ID. He gonna let me go. But if he go too far, he go too far. We don't know how they're gonna turn out. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know how that's going. We don't know how that's gonna turn out. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? If they try to arrest me, though, then go ahead and arrest me. What do you want me to do? I've been arrested before. They ain't gonna do nothing but let me out. That's it. Let me tell you something. You go, you comply, you got your lights, you got ID, they ain't gonna arrest you. They ain't doing all that, man. That's make believe. Bro, they not gonna be doing all that. They're not gonna be doing all that. They ain't doing all that. That's make believe. They ain't doing all that. They're not. This is not the city you gonna come and start throwing black people on the ground. You do that the first day, day two gonna be crazy. That's Washington D.C. That's why we keep saying, don't be comparing us to Washington D.C. or none of y'all cities. This the rack. This ain't none of that. This ain't that. And so a lot of people want to see what's gonna happen. You're gonna see. You're gonna see. People expecting Chicago reputation to go down. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. This is not that. This ain't that. This is not none of them other cities. This ain't that. First, they're gonna be scared. This ain't Washington D.C. They're gonna be scared. So I feel sorry for the troops trying to make some money when they drop them off, especially if they drop them on the south side or the west side. It's gonna be scary as hell for their ass. They're gonna be scary. These shorties, y'all, you really believe these crazy shorties gonna be scared? Washington, D.C., they don't gang bang. They don't gang bang. L.A. is Mexican. There ain't no bunch of Crips and Bloods there like that no more. They done got soft. They let the Mexicans run that. We ain't never had no. This is the only city in America never had no Crips and Bloods. This is different. We ain't never had no Crips and Bloods. You know what I said? You know from Rosa. Y'all really think I'll let some white dudes come around here and just disrespect people in Chicago and it'll just be cool? See, it's cool when you're the aggressor. But what about everybody else come outside strapped up too? Then what? Because anybody could do that when it's just regular citizens. But Chicago must have come outside strapped up. Now what? See, it's different when you a target, when you ducking and shit. It's one thing when you walk around playing Army Man and you ain't doing no ducking. But as soon as a couple of y'all get hit, that shit gonna hit the news. You know what I'm saying? They went to Chicago, got their asses aired the fuck out. I ain't saying I want that to happen. I'm just saying we don't really play like that. Even these white people in Chicago, they not going for that. This Chicago. Y'all think these white people in Chicago gonna go for that? And people don't know about Chicago. These whites in Chicago is gangsters. They're not like it's a gangster city. You think they can go all over in Bridgeview and some of them areas with this shit? Man, listen. Man, listen. This ain't Washington, D.C. This ain't L.A. This ain't New York. This ain't none of that shit. This ain't Detroit. This the rack. They don't start nothing, be nothing. Most likely they gonna come here, everybody gonna go in the house, they're gonna walk around, be wasting money. He gonna send them to another city. They're gonna show a couple of arrests to try to make it look like they was big bad wolf. They're gonna chase the illegals out and they gonna leave. Because a lot of black Americans here want them to come. That's how gangster Chicago is. Chicago like, yeah, come on and get these bad dudes. For real. Blacks in Chicago want them to come. It's different. They're not scared. They're like, yeah, come on. Now imagine a bunch of blacks want you to come and then you come mistreat the blacks that want you to come. It's going to go bad. Because when they come, these white folks finna boycott the hell out there. They got they always got to block off Trump Tower, but even the boycott will be small because it's going to be raining and shit. So I'm trying to wonder why they coming in the fall when it's going to be raining. And he going to have them troops out there getting wet. It's fall, man. It's finna be raining. It's finna be raining like crazy. Nobody gonna be outside. It's not summertime. It's crazy. It's gonna be raining, y'all. It ain't gonna be no confrontation. It's the fall. Back to school. The party gonna be over. Yes, the party is now. By the time they get here, everybody gonna be went back in the house. What's going on, Global? When they get here, all the young wild dudes, they're going to be in the house like this. They're going to be on Call of Duty. everybody going to be in the house. It's crazy. Dude ain't too smart. They're just gonna be out there walking around. See, the streets is quiet, bro. It's fall. The time gonna go back, fall back, spring forward. So it's gonna get dark at 6:30. It's gonna be dark. Why you didn't come when it don't get dark till 8:30? If I was helping you, Trump, I would tell you, don't come now. Go to the warm cities where it stay light longer. He should be out west. Why you come to Chicago in the fall? These shorties is real hood rats. Not meaning like y'all think rats. I mean, they go back to their lair. Like how mice be in the crib. You understand? So I'm with them getting money. I'm with the National Guard getting money. Get your money. I'm just here to tell the people to watch me. It ain't going to be all this excitement and fireworks you think it's going to be. Because it's going to be raining. It's going to start getting chilly. It's going to be raining and it's going to be being chilly. If you know about Black Americans, when we outside, it's been like 100 degrees this year. It's been really hot. 90 every day, 100. So when it drops to 60, 50 like that, everybody get chilly at first. Then it get dark early. Then it be raining. Everybody going in. Nobody gonna be outside. And then the popos out there. Who believe the criminals gonna go outside? Who believe the dudes that do want them to grab gonna go outside? They're gonna be in there. Man, I ain't going out there, Joe. I ain't going out there with them boys out there. The really bad guys, they not going outside. It's not going to be no confrontation because there's not going to be nobody outside. Shorty and them going to go in the crib and wait it out. We be in the crib until April anyway. Soon as the girls got to take their booty shorts off and stuff and go in, the dudes go in. We pop out when it get warm. We black. We like warm weather. Duh, Trump. The only people going to be out there is white people. White people going to be out there. They like cool weather. So they going to be out there inconveniencing them white Americans. They going to be mad. Ooh, these white people this fall in Chicago going to be mad if they got to see army men. They going to be pissed. Oh, the new PlayStation? Yeah, it's a wrap. Ain't nobody going to be out there. Ain't nobody going to be out there. It's a wrap. So I don't understand his timing. It ain't making no lot of sense. And Black Americans that's wishing for our downfall. He gonna come to Chicago. We gonna see what he's gonna do. Yeah, if he come in July. But if he come in September, October, man, then it's gonna be gloomy out there. They're gonna be out there getting wet. That's all. A waste of money. I think it's a waste of money. Myself. He just throwing away money. I think Washington, D.C. was a waste of money. I don't believe he achieved what he paid for. However much he paid to go in Washington, D.C., whatever he accomplished is not going to equal out what he been spending. When it's all said and done, he going to be threw a lot of money away with no results. Watch. Because he want to be like Putin. He want to be a dictator so bad. They're indoor generation in the cold. But when it's warm, they'll come outside. But ain't nobody coming outside that been outside for 3 months. Yeah, he gonna say he cleaned up crime and all that, but when the bill come back, Jupiter, he gonna have to explain messing up that budget. You know what I'm saying? Where the money gonna come from to pay for this? You don't spend no money for something that ain't gonna make no money back. He just trying to come and stun on these democratic cities on some weirdo stuff, ruining American politics, making the Democrats, Republicans fight right within their own country, and then mess around and have a terrorist attack by some foreign. See what I'm saying? Why he doing that dumb shit? He got to still remember that them Palestinians is pissed. He got to remember them Iranians is pissed. And while he run around watching his own citizens, watch what happened. Y'all think it ain't finna be no revenge for what happened in Palestine? It ain't gonna be no revenge for what happened in Iran? He ain't paying no attention to that. Can he change the Taught History Museum for the better? Man, don't nobody give a fuck what he do with that museum. We teach our own history. It's social media. History gonna be on Instagram. We learning all our history on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube. School history and museum histories is over with. Why would we do that when we could just push a button and see all the history right on Instagram? You know what I'm saying? I've been studying history. You know how much history I'm learning off Instagram? So how you gonna try to change history with social media? Do the idiot. How you gonna change history with social media? All they gonna do is go post it all on social media. Everybody gonna still learn it. Everybody gonna still learn it. Like, come on. Everything he do, they gonna go on social media. Trump is lying. He just put this up, and it's not true. It's gonna be all on TikTok. This dude crazy tripping. He tripping. He doing some outdated stuff. Museums. Who goes to the museum for information? Nobody. We get our information off TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and YouTube. What are you doing? Am I lying? How much stuff y'all didn't learn that just came up on your timeline that you never would have learned if you had to go to the museum? He need to be concentrating on this. Yes, there are more white American deaths than births in the U.S. Their population is decreasing. So they can change the zones or whatever they're going to do. They ain't going to. A trend first observed in 2023 and confirmed for the nation as a whole in 2016, driven by the aging of a large baby boomer cohort and declining fertility rates. This natural decrease in the white population has accelerated, affecting 26 states in 2016. Though the overall U.S. population still grows due to higher birth rates amongst other racial ethnic groups and immigration. So the American population is going up by other groups and the white population going down. They losing their country because they can't have no babies, and all this poison food they put out here is destroying them. If you put poison food out here, but you the most in the population, who gonna get sick from the food first? See, white America, y'all need to hire me. I'll help y'all out. I can help y'all out. Holler at your boy Pharaoh. If you put bad food out here, if it's 340 million Americans and you 200 some million, and you put bad food out here, Who gonna be the people eat the most bad food? The 200 million. On top of that, foundational Black Americans is the biggest group going plant-based. Facts. Look it up. So you got a decrease in population and doing stupid stuff. Not just in America. Yes, Europe is experiencing more deaths than births, with the European Union recording a deficit of 1.26 million people in 2023 due to this phenomenon. This natural decrease is a result of the region's aging population and persistently low fertility rates, which have led to annual population decline in the EU since 2012. While migration has been the sole driver of overall population growth in the EU, the trend of more deaths than births is a significant demographic challenge. So see, they're doing everything but what they need to be doing, getting some better food and having some babies. While they worried about me chasing me. Know what I'm saying? Your population going down. I've been telling you I have some babies, see, but they said it's due to everything except sexual preferences too. But we ain't gonna get in that because you two might get mad if I really tell, it's certain things they doing, you know. Two men can't have no baby. So what you gonna do? If you pushing two men and two women, your population gonna go down. I don't know. So you can redistrict all you want. You still ain't gonna have no people. You're trying to redistrict so you could get some votes. From who? So that's the reason they want the immigrants out of here, because all these people come, they'll be the minority. These people come breed them out. And then if they can't get their women pregnant, we gonna get them pregnant. And other people gonna get them pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Facts. I had to help these white ladies have some babies. Start me a company. www.haveababybyme, babybeamillionaire.com. Yeah. Hey, white ladies, I just give you a baby. Much love, Dory. Yeah, I give you a baby. Help that population grow. I mean, they ain't gonna be white. He gonna be mixed. But maybe if you have a mixed baby and then he go and the mixed baby get with a white person, you could turn him back white and you be straight. Just let me just give you a booster shot. So all the white ladies come, let Big Pharaoh give you a booster shot. Wow. You have a mixed baby, then raise the baby, and then the baby marry a white person, you could start turning back white. Y'all be cool. It's all love, baby. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I ain't anti-white like that. I ain't anti-white. They just tripping. They just tripping. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of white people, they sick of this shit. They sick of racism and all that. It's a lot of white people sick of that. They just trying to live their life. They ain't trying to do all this Adolf Hitler stuff. That stuff done played out. People sick of that. People got children and stuff. We live in a big economic world where everybody got to work. Don't nobody want to be playing Ku Klux Klan and Black Panther. That shit corny. People want to go, get some money, have somewhere to live, have some food, enjoy life. Don't nobody want to be doing no racial stuff like this the 1930s. I don't want them to die off like that. You know what I'm saying? One thing, Jazzy, if you come and you got a satanic mentality and you start putting that satanic mentality on me, I'm not finna turn satanic to battle you. You keep that satanic mentality over there where you at. So if you wish that black people not here, I'm not finna wish white people not here. You go ahead with that. Good luck. Because I know Mother Nature is finna be tripping. So I'm on a whole nother level. Mother Nature finna be acting a fool. So all that earthly stuff, that stuff not really real. What that gonna mean when it flood everywhere? You know what I'm saying? What that gonna mean when these tornadoes and hurricanes get out of hand? What's that gonna mean if 100 tornadoes come through here in 2 days? Nothing. All that's gonna be just foolishness. Let me tell you something, y'all. Back when Chicago used to have them big giant snowstorms, where snow be up 6 feet and all that, 4 feet. Real talk. Summertime, everybody walking around doing their own thing, right? It might be people don't necessarily like each other, but in Chicago, you keep that to yourself. Big snow come, right? I'm driving my car, snow way up. Boom, my car stop in the middle of the four-way. Street in the intersection. White dudes gonna get pushed me out. They gonna push me out. I'm gonna push them out. When disasters happen, people be uniting to beat the disaster. So every time we have a big snowstorm back in the day, everybody got along. Everybody. Why? Because if he don't push me out the way, he can't go nowhere. And even if he can go, a stranger would stop and say, you need help, and push you out. Because disaster make people start seeing what's really important in life. And racism and sexism and all that shit not important. That's not real. So when we used to have them big snowstorms, you should see the love in the city. They're for real. When disasters come, all that go out the window. I ain't gonna never look and see no tornado tear no white community and say that's good. Because it could tear my community up. Then what I'm gonna say? See what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say that like it ain't gonna come where I'm at. See, I ain't buying into the hate. The hate to eat you up from the inside out. So I would tell black people, don't buy into the hate. Just defend yourself. You understand? That's it. If they run up, they get done up. Other than that, if you don't run up, then go sit your ass down to the sun up. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm on. I'm on some don't start none, won't be none. You want all that talking, all that woofing, run up and we'll deal with that. Other than that, miss me. That's what I'm on. I ain't trying to hear nothing. Run up. Because I've been hearing it a long time. Ain't nobody ramped up yet. How long you want me to do that? Ain't nobody ramped up. This Chicago was a whole bunch of black people. Why they ain't never run up? Why they ain't never came in and pop it off? Anybody, listen. Don't y'all buy into that hate. Don't buy into it. Make your soul all dark because somebody else negative. Live your life and defend yourself. While you run around here mad on the internet, you should be at the gun store buying a gun and you should be getting your license. You should be going to target practice, talking shit. Learn how to bust that thing and you ain't going to be running your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Oh, phone there great. You know what I'm saying? Let that thing do all the talking. Shit, anybody trying to hear that? My mother used to say, you got to bring yours to get mine. My mother used to always say, catching come before killing. So I'm not buying into that hate. I don't got time to fill my mind with hate. I don't got time for that. Hate not gonna make you be a good shot. You can hate all you want, but can you hit the bullseye? So I would tell black people don't buy into the hate. Start just concentrating on what we trying to do. What we trying to do? What we trying to do? Cause this ain't Black Wall Street. This is Black Get Your Ass Mall Street. You know what I'm saying? This ain't everybody talking about Black Wall, but this ain't Black Wall Street. We ain't Black Wall Street. Boy, you can't play with us like that. That was back in the Flintstone days. Boy, it's 2025. This ain't Black Wall Street. This Black Get Your Ass Mall Street. That's what this is. I ain't no Black Wall Street dude. You can't play with me like that. That was way back in the ancient days. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe none of it. It's all wolf tickets to me. I don't believe it. Black people don't need to worry about no physical attack. You need to watch this food. You need to go plant based. You need to watch this food. You need to get a Berkey to filter your own water. You need to look out for the sneak attack. All that other stuff, man, is a distraction. We need to just focus on what we're going to do. I remember when I left public school, my mother sent me to private school. You know what I'm saying? Go follow me on Vegan Intel because I need 1,000 subscribers over there. I need 1,500 subscribers so I can hit my 1,000 mark. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Trump, I'm not against Trump because I don't know what he's trying to do, right? So I'm not against Trump yet because Trump might be trying to help black Americans, okay? Trump is the type of person, he going to do stuff to make white Americans feel happy. Then he going to slick and he going to do something to help black Americans and he ain't going to let the left hand know what the right hand is doing. So I can't jump my conclusions on Trump because Trump then sent them people to certain cities and the illegals just ran. So that might be his plan. That he know if he comes to Chicago, all the Venezuelans and stuff will run. That's a good plan. See what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna jump to conclusion. I gotta see what he's trying to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see what he's trying to do. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Because he might know what he's doing. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna judge it, man. Let me just see what he gonna do. I don't know what he doing. I know. Listen, Biden was too old, didn't know what he was doing, let a bunch of people in the country. Somebody got to get him the hell out of here. Now I'm gonna be mad at him because he trying to clean up Biden's mess. I mean, keep it real, man. You can't blame Trump for having to clean up Biden's mess. You know what I'm saying? I'm the type of person I'll go holler at Trump. He ain't my enemy like that. He ain't my enemy. Trump is a businessman. So if he got to make white supremacists think he on their side, he'll do that. He's sneaky. But that don't mean he on their side. Y'all got to understand Trump is slick. Trump will make you think he on somebody's side and he ain't. He just do whatever he got to do to get it. He have to get a white supremacist support because the Democrats and Republicans so split up that a lot of the white supremacists went with the Republicans and a lot of the liberals went with the Democrats. So what else can he do? For him to get votes, he gonna have to appeal to whoever supporting the Republicans. I mean, if you want to keep it real, what else could he do? That's not his fault that the parties are split like that. What, am I lying? Know what I'm saying? Think about it. The Democrats really the ones that split up the country. Because when you go in the country and then you want to do all this extra stuff for LGBTQ, a lot of people ain't gonna mess with you because they like, that ain't nothing that need no legislation. You could just be that by yourself. And that ain't nothing we want to push in the school. Our children can't even read. So why you trying to teach them LGBTQ stuff when they can't spell LGBTQ? So you in there teaching your kid LGBTQ, you tell your son, spell LGBTQ. He talking about L B. Yeah, Junior. G. Yeah, Junior. T. Yeah, Junior. W. Lord mercy. Spell LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? Shawty can't even spell LGBTQ. But like they went to this city and all the migrants left, they came and grabbed them all, and all these buildings is empty now. So that's a come up if you black, if you got some money, go buy these buildings and redo them and put black folks in there or regular Americans. Because everybody ran. Everybody ran. You know what I'm saying? That ain't a bad thing. Yeah, run, get the hell out of here. We don't want no people who don't know where you from. Look, troubled Aurora apartment complex made infamous by Trump is now empty and boarded up. Look, a nonprofit used $76,000 in grants and donations to help residents, many of them Venezuelan migrants, move into new houses. How you gonna spend 76,000 to help somebody ain't no American citizens move into some housing, and people that's American citizens ain't got nowhere to live, homeless people everywhere. And you're gonna take American dollars and fill this place up with people that's illegal. And ICE went and chased them all out of there. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate people or nothing, but I don't care who it is. You don't take care of them before you take care of your own. I'm not with that. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. You cannot go and pass up people that's suffering in your own country and help people that's suffering from another country. I don't give a damn what they say. You know what I'm saying? You say you got some thoughts. Let me see if it's worth reading. Hold on. What's your name? This is the first time in U.S. history the government has appointed armed National Guard at its own citizens. Them people ain't our citizens. What do you mean citizens? Migrants ain't our citizens. They ain't making no sense. Why are you talking about Trump when Biden was asleep, couldn't do his job, was sick all the time, and let a whole bunch of billions of people run across the border? You ain't got nothing to say about that, but you talking about Trump. Because he got to go get the National Guard to get him out. Know what I'm saying? Man, listen, homeless sits on the list, whatever, bro. It's what it is, what it is. She'll be all right. All right, you conservative. All I'm saying is none of this would have happened if they didn't leave the border open. This all still come from the border being open. It is what it is. On top of that, yeah, all the homeless people got to get swept up off the street. All that you care for the homeless and you just got them outside like that. No, sweep them up and then find out where to put them. But you can't be out there. Man, nobody care about habeas or corpus. The homeless got to go. Sweep them up. See, that's why you trolling. Sweep them up. Y'all see where they went in the tent and a person was in there unalive and the dogs was eating them? Because Ghost Eye is talking nonsense. He talking nonsense. Because if you leave them homeless people out there, you're gonna eventually have plagues. If you leave homeless people like this, you're gonna eventually create disease and plague, and people gonna start dropping like flies. You understand? I don't know. I can't talk to you because you might be a Russian bot or whatever. I'm not finna talk to you where you posting 1,000 times. Next, somebody else got something? You know what I'm saying? Now I don't understand nothing you talking about. You might be a bot. Anyway, good luck. I'm not blocking nobody, but I ain't responding. No, I don't understand nothing you talk about. No comprende, senorita. Hey, but the rest of y'all, no comprende, senorita. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't. I do not understand. I no comprende. Okay? I don't understand. So move on. Look, y'all. Family found mother's body eaten by dogs at LA homeless encampment. See? The dogs was eating their mama. Now, all these people is against Trump. Well, where was they when the dogs was eating the lady? Show me one anti-Trump person that's got a better answer. Because the Democrats was just the last president. So why is this existing? So what can the Democrats say when a lady was getting eaten by dogs? And those dogs now have out there somewhere and they've tasted human flesh and they man eaters. They're going to be looking for other people that passed away to eat them. Next thing you know, you got some type of plague, some kind of bubonic plague or something. You got to clean it up. And you can't clean it up no good way, because if you could, Ghost I would have did it. Ghost not going to do nothing but type. All this person going to do is type. This person not going to do nothing because, for one, you don't even want to show who you are. So why would we listen to somebody talking all this political stuff that's too scared to even be their real self? I'm not, listen, man. We Ghostbusters. I ain't afraid of no ghost. I'm not listening to no ghost. Ghost is what you need to do. You need to be ghost. You're a ghost. Boo. I'm not listening to no ghost. You not strong like that. You scary. You not strong. You ain't no rebel. You hiding. See me? Pharaoh El-Aton, real face. See you? Scary. Ghost. Talking tough, but hiding. You're not the solution. You're scared. You're scared. And you might be in bumfuck Egypt somewhere. You might live, you might even live in the United States. And like I say, you probably a bot. Y'all seen where they got thousand phones on the bot and they'll come argue with you? It'd be weirdos that set up these bots and a bot will be coming and typing it like 1,000,000,000 times. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know who you're arguing with. Real talk. So somebody got to clean it up. And if you don't want to get it cleaned up Trump way, then why it's not cleaned up already? I think that's a fair question to the Democratic Party. If y'all don't like the way Trump doing it, but y'all didn't do it, what can the Democratic Party say? What can Newsom say when Hollywood and all that is trash? And he didn't even have no water to put the fires out. He went around trying to have his hair look pretty. He trying to be pretty. So what can he say? Just keep it real. What can Newsom say? I'm confused. What can Newsom say? Nothing. Look at his state. You know what I'm saying? Look at his state. Why would I listen to him? And he got LA looking like a trash bin. Now, everybody mad at Trump. Trump is the problem. Come on, man, keep it 1,000,000,000, all right? At least keep this stuff real. Keep it real. You know? At least keep it real. You know what I'm saying? At least keep it real. You know what I'm saying? MacArthur Park. I lived in LA, but MacArthur Park, just illegals just out there doing whatever they want to do. Look at LA. Look at LA. Look at LA. And now when you go out there and scrape them up, you're going to be like, he wrong. Look at LA. How can I say he wrong? Look at this. Don't you know if I was mayor, I'd go out there and scrape all that up and put all them in the truck and take them somewhere? You, listen, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. Now, we're not doing this so you could be using, not cleaning up yourself. No. Most of these people is out here, some of them out there because of mental illness, but a lot of them is out there because they wanted to abuse drugs and threw their life away, and they live like trash. Okay? And if you've been outside for real, you've had people that you grew up with that want to be like that. Some of us, you even have a child. You raise your son, he grew up in a nice apartment or a nice house. He go out there and he get addicted. He don't want to go to school. He start flunking in school. Now he's 17. He done dropped out of school. Now he talking crazy in the house. You got you got his little sister and them. You got to put him out because now he a danger to the other children. 5 years later, you see him on the street begging. But he had an opportunity to have a better life. But he chose to ruin his life. Then he want to go on the streets with a bunch of other people that chose to ruin their life and ruin the whole community. These is facts. When we was in like 6th, 7th grade, it was a group of us. And by the time we became like freshmen, a couple of them went and started using. And they turned like bums. And the rest of us, we stayed away from them. And some of them, their life went down and they didn't turn their life around for 15, 20 years. Come on, man, I'm turning my life around. You know what I'm saying? There needs to be people from all different nationalities and races. Just don't be black people. See that man right there? Nah, you can't be out there like that. This is a health risk. This could cause a plague. This could create diseases. Look, man, here in Chicago, oh, everything I love. It's like when you going down Lakeshore Drive going north, like some of them exits when you get off, it's an underpass. So I got to one exit, and this like a family of raccoons eating out a pizza box. Then when I pull up, it's a bunch of rats running, big rats. And then it's homeless people laying out there under the overpass, living out there. Ain't no restroom, so you know where they're using the restroom at. You know where they're urinating at. On top of that, the people that's selling narcotics, they go and set up in the homeless camp, put on raggedy clothes, and be serving the homeless people, getting rich. Go home, take showers, put on some more raggedy clothes, go back to their little tent. They raided one tent. They found fully automatic rifles and everything. Downtown Chicago, when you're driving down around Las La Salle, the street over west, and when you're driving over there, there's a spot where you can see underground Wacker Drive, and all the homeless people live under there. And one day I was there, and I'm driving, and I seen two brothers. They was serving them homeless people that live down there. They was out there serving. Them people was coming from underground Wacker Drive, buying what they wanted, going back under there. The brothers was making money. One time, I was driving down Michigan Avenue, and I seen the dude running fast. And when I got down like a block and a half, I seen like 5 dudes come from underground there on the stairs. They was not nice guys. They was, and the leader was there, and they was looking for the dude. I'm like, they down there under there doing gang activity and all type of stuff. Underground Wacker Drive in Chicago. on myself. Underground Whacker Drive. Feel me? If Trump want to come clean that up so that my babies and my family here, so we don't get no type of infection or no type of plague, good. Because ain't nobody talking about the fact that stuff could cause plagues, man. That's a health risk for everybody. You can't have people out there like that. I'm telling you, y'all better listen. Let me show you Underground Whacker Drive. Hey, April, let me show you. I be keeping it real. I don't be on no sides because when you pick sides, you be phony. That's why American politics is messed up right now because they doing sides instead of facts. Man, later with sides. When we gonna deal with the real? Now you telling me the Underground Whacker Drive downtown Chicago? You telling me we're not supposed to clean this up? And when they land down under there, these cars don't know you over there. This Chicago. Look, keep it a billion, y'all. Listen, I'm the realest alive. Keep it a billion. It's nighttime in Chicago. Up top, it looked like that. But down under, it looked like that. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Now, why Trump the bad guy? Because he finna go scrape everybody up from out there. I don't think he the bad guy. I don't really believe he as bad as people saying. I don't believe it. I just don't. Because they playing Democrat Republican games. So I just can't believe all of that. And then the Democrats, what can they say? They be cleaning up your mess. Obama was throwing people out. Biden come in, just let them stay. You know, and nobody want to say Biden was a horrible president. You know what I'm saying? Biden was a horrible president. Nobody want to say that. Everybody want to hate on Trump. Biden wasn't worth 2 cents. I was one of the few people complaining about him the whole time. He couldn't even walk up the stairs on the jet. Biden was probably the worst president in U.S. history because he didn't even know where he was at. I bet you if any of y'all went to y'all job like that, I bet y'all would get fired. Which one of us can do our job like Biden did his job and wouldn't get fired? We would get fired. We would get fired. If you did your job like that, you get fired. Look, this Chicago, underground. Look, man, I'm the realest alive, okay? This, that real. Don't come over here if you into ideologies. I don't do ideologies. I do what's real. I don't do ideologies. I'm showing you the real. Somebody got to come and get them from under there. Because you driving and dust is coming in your car. And what kind of dust is that? It's homeless disease dust. That dust cannot be going in your nose. A mixture of rat poop, possum poop, human poop, and people that got all kind of diseases poop. And it's in a dust form and you breathing it in. Let's keep it real. That ain't dangerous. You don't believe that's dangerous? You don't believe that's a health risk to you and your family? That's a health risk, man. Homeless people is a health risk. I'm telling you straight up. A lot of them got mental illness. Because I drove Uber down there. A lot of them got mental illness. They down there having unprotected sex. What's gonna happen to them babies? Them babies gonna be sold on the undermarket, on the market. You know they'll sell them babies. What's happening to the children of the homeless people? Wait till that news story break. Wait till that news story break. What's happening to them children? Them homeless people's children. What kind of horrible life are they living? Where they at? Then, if people buying organs, how you know you're not buying organs from homeless people that's sick? So now you go get an organ transplant, but the organ is contaminated because it's some homeless people organs. And it then got on the market and they didn't put a kidney in your daddy, but they got the kidney from under here from somebody that live under there. Keep it a billion. Tell me that don't sound like that could happen. So like I ain't with all this hating on Trump for cleaning up somebody else's mess. To me, that's foul. To me. To me, it's foul. Because you hating on somebody for somebody else's mess. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to clean this up. But all these humanitarians always talking about, no, you got to respect the homeless. Well, y'all go out there and get them then. All that talk, nobody want to hear that talk. You humanitarians, go out there and get them homeless people. Since you love them so much, go get them from out there. Don't be talking about you love them and they out there like this. Do it look like they love him? Look at him. Come on, man. That's what we doing, fake stuff. Come on, man. I'm the realest alive. We're going to finish in a minute. I don't even like these politics because it's supposed to go like this. Two people run. You back who you back. They back who they back. You ain't supposed to diss them for who they bagging, whoever they support. You ain't supposed to diss me for who I support. So the whole especially men, I was supporting Harris, and I had full-grown men acting like little girls, trying to disrespect me, then give me respect for who I support. Try to act like it's their business who I support, trying to convince me to vote their way when they supposed to vote their way and I'm supposed to vote my way. Just a bunch of weirdo stuff. It was disgusting. And you're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to go pull that lever for whoever you support. You ain't supposed to be on the internet trying to make somebody vote your way. I'm not finna be on the internet disrespecting Trump because I'm going for Harris, disrespecting Harris because I'm going for Trump. Some of y'all still want to do that. Some of y'all, just the fact I name Harris, you're going to get right in this chat with that weirdo stuff. And then whoever wins, then everybody's supposed to ride with whoever wins and see what happens. You ain't supposed to be mad at the winner because your side didn't win. But you ain't Americans no more. You're a bunch of weirdos. Trump is the president. That's what it is. And then if he go too far, then you protest and you get him out of there. But you don't jump to conclusions he going to go too far and he ain't been in there 7 months. He ain't been in there 9 months yet. He ain't even been in there 9 months. Well, I look like complaining about him. He ain't been in there 9 months. Trying to find something wrong. Oh, something's wrong. He getting Biden's mess out of here. He getting Biden's mess out of here. And give Biden a pass. Because it's his mess. If he didn't clean it up, then what can the Democrats say? Especially black Democrats. They ain't even speaking for reparations, so they could shut up. Straight like that. Black Democrats, shut up. You ain't standing on nothing. Facts. Black Democrats need to shut up. Anyway, y'all weak. And that's why the Republicans that took over the whole government. Because the Democrats is some goofies. Wasn't standing on no business. In there lollygagging. Trying to be everybody's friend. They was too busy trying to be social politicians instead of working on the government. Don't nobody want to hear all that weirdo social issues where you trying to bag all kind of weirdo stuff, but can't get no money on the table for the citizens. Nobody, the Democrats is some weirdos. Trying to get all kind of weird books in the school and the kids can't even read. What I look like, I ain't got nothing against LGBTQ, but what I look like, trying to get LGBTQ books in the school for American children that can't read. Make that make some sense. Look, why would I be trying to get LGBTQ books in the school instead of just reading books so they can learn how to read? You can go learn how to be gay when you get grown. Why would we teach any sex to children that can't read and can't do math, but they know about sex? Do that make any sense? Look, U.S. children's reading levels are in decline, with record low numbers of 4th and 8th graders scoring at or above the basic level on the National Assessment of Educational Program as of 2024, representing the largest number below basic in 2 decades for 4th graders and in the exams history for 8th graders. This trend, which saw scores drop by 3 points between 2019 and 2022, and a further 2 points in 2024, is the continuation of a decline that began around 2015. So they can't read, but they need to be reading about LGBTQ, which is something, there shouldn't be no sex education in the school. That's pedophilia. Why is you teaching little kids sex instead of teaching kids to keep their damn clothes on? You're supposed to tell kids you can't have sex. What are we doing? You're supposed to teach them like I teach my kids. I told my sons and my daughters, listen, when you can pay for a place to live and have a bed, then you can have sex. But you cannot have sex in my bed. No beds I got in this house. You gotta go and get a job and get a place and get some beds, and then you can have sex in your beds where you pay the rent or the mortgage. Period. You cannot have sex if you cannot afford to have a place for your own bed. It's real simple with Big Pharaoh. That's my sex education. So I need to have a sex education class at school. This is how my sex education class would go. Good morning, students. Before we start with the other class, we're going to start with sex education class. No sex. Okay, now let's get to math. My sex education class will be 60 seconds at my school. It'd be 60 seconds. It'd be a 60-second sex education. Real simple. It'd be real. You too little to have sex. You too dumb to have sex. You don't know how to read, and you can't do math good. And we don't need no dumb kids having no dumb babies. Now, that is a sex education class, okay? Now let's get to real education. Open up their math books. Because you were a kid. And when you were a kid, 1 + 1 = 2. You ain't old enough. I'm Big Pharaoh. I'm 1 + 1 = 3. See, I'm grown. My math is 1 + 1 = 3. It might equal 4 if she has some twins. You know what I'm saying? You little. You can't have sex. Yeah. Keep your clothes on. It's real simple. Now let's have math. Then we're going to have science. Then we're going to have English, because you cannot have sex if you can't spell, okay? Spell sex. S E-S. See, that's what I'm talking about. Don't you have no baby. Don't you have no baby, Tony. You know what I'm saying? Don't you, Tony, don't you have no baby. Babies need smart parents. Babies don't need dumb parents. They don't. So that's my sex education class 6. No sex, okay? Because for teachers to teach sex, then you're going to open up the school for pedophiles to be the teachers. And now you got a pedophile telling your kid about sex, and then you got a pedophile trying to have sex with your kid. Because that's what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not teaching kids how to be gay. We're not going to have no bully, so you could be gay anyway. But what difference do it make if you gay or heterosexual? Because there's no sex at the school. So who care if you gay? You too little to be gay or heterosexual. Listen, you too little to be gay or heterosexual. You is a boy and a girl. Don't come tell me you a boy, you identify as a girl, because I'm the teacher. I identify you as dumb. Ain't got no education yet. You read at the 4th grade level. I identify you as a 4th grader. You know what I'm saying? I don't identify you as no lady or no girl or no boy. I identify you as a 4th grader. You got to be, see, gay starts with G. What else starts with gay? What else starts with a G? Grown. See, grown. G-A-Y. G-R-O-W-N. You can't be gay until you grown. Yeah, you can't be gay. You just a kid. Kids ain't gay. Gay people have sex. If you ain't having no sex, what difference do it make if you think you a girl or not? You ain't gonna get to be one till you grown. I'm tripping. Okay, young lady, you think you're a boy, but you ain't gonna able to be a boy until you grown. And we damn sure ain't gonna put you out there to box no boy. So I don't know where you're gonna be a boy at. Young lady, what you want to be a dumbass boy? If you want to be a boy, don't you want to be a smart one? All right, do your homework. Don't worry about being a boy. You got your whole life. Cause see, at my school, you can't be a boy and want to be a girl. You can't be a girl and want to be a boy. Okay? You got to be a girl and want to be a man. Or you got to be a boy and want to be a woman. And you can't be a man or a woman without an education, without able to pay for yourself. You got to have a gay house. You got to have somewhere to be gay at. You got to have a bed to be gay in. Okay? So you putting the cart before the horse. You need some money to be gay. Okay? You need some money to be gay. Unless you want to be gay like this. This kind of gay you want to be. So I tell my students, this way you want to be gay at. Because if you don't get yourself together, you're going to be a post-starving gay person. So we're not doing all that. We try to get you educated so you can go out there and live a good life and be whatever you want to be. Well, my job is to get you out there so you can take care of yourself. Then you be what you want to be. I don't know why you telling me you gay. I don't know. What you telling me you gay for? I don't know. I thought I'm teaching math, science, geography, history. I thought I was teaching stuff like that. I didn't know I was teaching gay. I didn't know I was teaching nothing sex. I'm not teaching sex education. My sex education class is 60 seconds. No sex. Sometimes my sex education class is 4 seconds. Hello, students. We're going to have sex education. No sex. Okay, now the next subject, the next class is math or reading. You know, when my sex education class is quick for little kids. It's quick. You're a little kid. You're a kid. You can't be gay. You ain't old enough to be gay. You ain't old enough to be no lesbian or no gay man. You can't be no lesbian woman. You a little kid. Lesbians is women. Homosexual men. You're a little boy. Okay? You need to learn how to read, write, do math. Okay? That's what you need to learn. Or you gonna be out here gay. You're gonna be under Whacker Drive gay. You're gonna be this kind of gay if you don't get no education. So the educational system is messed up anyway. I agree with the Republicans. We ain't teaching all that. Now the Republicans, they want to get rid of Black history. I don't know why we give a damn, because there shouldn't be no history in the school anyway. History is worthless. History is one of the worst classes you could have. Get rid of history and double up on math or reading. I don't know why y'all got history class and can't nobody read. That makes sense to y'all? That makes sense to y'all? They reading history books but can't read? What's more important, reading history or reading? You know, I'm confused. You can't even read history because you can't read. It's crazy. History is worthless. It's a worthless class. You can't make no money with history. I know a lot of history and it ain't worth a damn. None. You can't get no job with history. and you sure can't make no money. Let me tell you something. If you want to make some money, you got to know math. If you don't know math, you cannot make no money because you don't know how to buy low and sell high. You don't know the percentage of your profits or nothing. You can't add up how much it costs to put this product together and how much you got to sell it for. So if you don't know how to read and you don't know math, you don't know nothing. The main thing our grade school children need to be learning is read, math, and reading all day. For real. Math and reading and art. So they can enjoy themselves and learn how to be creative. And music. Because if you can play an instrument, you can make some money. You can be on tours. You can do music. Music is everywhere. Music is in movies, commercials, everything. Music ain't just rapping. That's what our kids should be learning. Art, music, reading, and math. Then when they get older, then they should be taking robotics and engineering. 4 years of science and 4 years of math is required. Four years of math and 4 years of science is required. And all this other stuff, I ain't with it. And so is they gonna come to Chicago? Don't nobody care. Don't nobody care. That's our news media hype to make you watch the news. It's just news media hype. They're going to come to Chicago. They're going to be outside. I can walk right past them. What's up, fellas? Y'all out here making the city safe, huh? They ain't going to just grab me. Come here. They ain't going to do all that. At first, you're going to have a couple weirdos do that, but they're going to check them because they're going to be bad for business. So if you get a couple white supremacists out there doing bogus stuff, they're going to get checked because they're going to be like, you messing it up. We ain't going to be able to be out here if you keep doing dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to be able to be out there on no Hitler. That ain't going to work. The only way you can run a country is that the people got to let you run it. If the people don't let you run it, they'll run you out of here. The people have to want the police to do their job. If the people turn against the police, they'll run the police side of there. The police can't be police without the cooperation of the public. Ain't no military could come here to Chicago without our cooperation. We'll chase them out of here butt ass naked. They'll run like they ran in Vietnam. Okay? So I ain't trying to hear that Superman military. I ain't trying to hear none of that. Okay? Big Pharaoh ain't trying to hear that. Okay? I ain't trying to hear no big daddy woo-woo military, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to hear that. I ain't trying to hear that. Don't come to me, big military woo-woo man. How you big time military woo-woo man? And you ran and left all the weapons with the Taliban. You ran. You ran to left billions of dollars worth of U.S. War weapons for the Taliban. Don't come back trying to play like you all that. No, you not. You scary. This don't look like you that tough. It look like you got punked. Because here go your ops. Got all your equipment. So don't come playing with Big Pharaoh like you this big G.I. Joe. Because you got punked. They took all your stuff. So please don't come to Chicago trying to act like you ain't these punks that they took all your stuff. You just a white dude trying to make some money. I respect that. You're a white dude, Trump giving away money. Boom, you signed up. Boom, you're going to come here and look like a soldier. Cool. Just don't get out here talking crazy to Big Pharaoh because they don't pay you enough. They ain't paying you enough to play with Big Pharaoh. Okay? You try to go back home to your kids. Okay? You don't want no real smoke. You just out there playing G.I. Joe. You know, you out there posing. I respect that. Got your little outfit on and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like this dude got his outfit on, but I see a big stomach. I see some big stomachs under there. I don't believe y'all can run 2 blocks. But if you say so. You know what I'm saying? I used to play with G.I. Joe. But if you're going to get something done, cool. But don't come here playing over whooping. Because ain't nobody really scared of you like that. These are trenches. We don't believe you. You need more people. So don't y'all be buying into, oh, they going to come to Chicago. They going to get y'all. No. They going to come in, do their job, run out these Venezuelans and stuff, and we're going to be happy. We're going to say good job, and they're going to go and do whatever they're going to do. They don't want to come and start no civil war or nothing. They can't win no civil war. They can't beat Chicago. They'll get did dirty up in here. It'll turn to a big old mess, and then Trump will look bad. They'll be like, man, you started a civil war in their own country. That ain't going to be no good look if people start going barricading and start setting up forts. And you know what I'm saying? That ain't going to be no good look. They ain't going to bother me anyway because I'm older and shit. So they ain't just doing crazy shit like that. And I know how to talk. A lot of young brothers, the reason you get mistreated by the police and stuff, you ain't got no diplomacy, so you don't know how to talk. You try to talk crazy to dudes that's on military missions. You can't be talking crazy to these dudes like that. That's why you get mistreated. Cause you ain't no soldier. A soldier, me, I'm walking out there, they pull me over. I'm not gonna be talking crazy. I ain't gonna be talking crazy to them. They gonna say, let me see your license and all that. I'm gonna show them my stuff. Bam, bam, bam. If one of them is a racist, is an asshole, he gonna cuff me. I ain't gonna say nothing. He gonna take me down somewhere. When he take me down to the big guys, and then they taught me, they're gonna say, let him go. Who arrested him? Then they're gonna discipline the dude that arrested you. I'm gonna be back at home. Cause you was just a weirdo in there abusing your power. But I know they ain't gonna respect you abusing your power. See what I'm saying? I already know that. They're gonna look at you like a goofy. Cause you might be a new dude. They ain't responsible for no new dude to put this uniform and get out there tripping, talking crazy. See, I ain't gonna blame Trump because some new dude that got him a uniform and he walking around talking crazy. So if he cuffed me and take me in and stuff, I'd be all right. I've been cuffed before. Now, if he violate me, then, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You know what I'm saying? It's like a Bob Marley song. Somewhere we'll have to pay. Somebody gonna have to pay if you go too far. I ain't finna do all this woof, woof, woof. You know what I'm saying? You go too far, then you went too far. Then it's up. Then we banging then. If that's what you want to do, if you built like that, if you Superman, you know what I'm saying? If you come here, you Superman, you know what I mean? Then we gonna see. You know what I'm saying? We gonna see. Like, don't come here act no motherfucking fool. Because that's what we do anyway. We do that already. So they can't come here and be no ops. You know what I'm saying? They can't come here and be no ops. That shit'll go bad. You understand? Because we in all these buildings and all these windows, and you just down there. You can't have people in all these windows. You know what I'm saying? Read between the line. Like, you can't be outside and people that went back in and they in them windows. See what I'm saying? They in them windows. You ain't even, you know what I'm saying? That would be stupid. If you drive people back in them windows, If people start hopping out, hopping in, hopping out, it'll be bad. These shorties got switches. These shorties turn the corner on these dudes, 3 shorties with switches. They can't do nothing. They won't be able to do nothing. They'll have to run and they'll be laying down. They'll have to run. If the thing's already going off, you ain't going, you know what I'm saying? So that'd be stupid. I wouldn't have my men around here. I wouldn't have my men around here reckless. That'd be dangerous. Ain't nobody scared and shit like that. We live in the war zone already, so it's just another, you know what I'm saying? So when they bring these hicks and stuff from these small towns to somewhere like Chicago, they got to let them know, bro, this ain't Nebraska and shit. No, these people ain't scared of that stuff. You coming to a city where the civilians is military. You don't know who been in the military or not. It's just crazy. Dudes been in ROTC. Dudes been in the Marines, the Army, the Navy. Dudes is ex-police officers and shit. You grab a dude in Chicago, he might be DEA. He might be FBI. Like, bro, you can't run around here sloppy like that. He might be a Black Panther. That'd be stupid. You done went and hurt big folks, some big GD. Buzz, we can smoke behind that. They're not scared of you like that. That's all make-believe. This stuff to us look like Halloween costumes. This Chicago. I mean, it's cute. But it ain't scary here. But it might be scary in some small. They might be scary in some small place. They wouldn't be scary to me. Not really. They do what they do. What they do. Leave me the fuck alone. So I ain't scared they're gonna just come and they just come here. No, that ain't going like that. Not in Chicago. That should be on the news. The mayor, the police chief, the governor, everybody be like, hey, listen. It won't be like Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is not no state. That's federal territory. Trump's stunting. He cannot do that stuff in no state. That's going to be a violation. He could go to prison. Man, Trump could get arrested if he misused the military on America. That'll be treason. His ass will get arrested for going to war against the United States. They'll say he's an enemy of America. That's a fact. He'll get arrested if he attack his own country. He'll get arrested. That's treason. They'll say you tried to overthrow the United States. Considering your history and what happened out there at the Capitol, bruh, he'll get the firing squad. He'll get the firing squad. It's treason. You went to war in your own country. Everybody to back you up will get arrested. You ruin it. You could send the country in a civil war, which you would lose. You would lose. Not to mention, why would you start a civil war? Because now certain countries might want to bag our side. So now you got weapons coming to us from Iran. See, they ain't thinking from the Hamas. See what I mean? See? It would not be smart. The Chinese would bag us. The Chinese would bag the citizens against the government. All their enemies would bag the citizens. It'd be the dumbest shit ever. What good is the border if somebody run up on the border? The Border Patrol won't be safe like that. Nobody will be safe. Ain't nobody no Superman. That's movies. In real life, guerrilla warfare, you ain't shit. You just the op. Nobody's scared of you like that. And that would be a disservice to these men. He should not put these men out there on a dummy mission. Many of these men, if it get crazy, they'll walk out, they'll walk away because they do not want to attack their own country. They just trying to make some money. These men ain't gonna support nobody going to war against American citizens because these men get a call and some group like that in another state then hurt their wife or hurt their brother. See what I'm saying? And what's gonna happen when these men is out there and get a call that in another state their brother got hurt? See? Where somebody ran up on their brother, didn't know that was one of their brothers, treated him real bad. Come to find out, he a brother. I wanted to do. See, it'll get stupid. You know what I'm saying? It'll get. I don't believe Trump that stupid. He ain't gonna do nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? That'll be the dumbest shit ever. That'll be the dumbest. That'll be the dumbest thing that ever. Weapons ain't never obsolete when you got to bring your ass and put boots on the ground. What you gonna do? You gonna level Chicago like you did Gaza? You gonna destroy your own economy? Blow up your own country? Make that make sense. You gonna lose. Where the money gonna come from if you blow up your own cities? The country will be broke and starving. This ain't like Israel over here and Gaza over there. This ain't like that. This the whole United States. Yeah, they got families there. You can't attack your own country, you lose money. You cannot fight your own country and have foreign enemies. Duh. Because your foreign enemies are going to take advantage of that. So if you get to fight in America, China might invade. Russia might invade. Terrorists might do something like that'll be stupid. You be to close your eyes to other enemies like that'll be dumb. So I don't believe Trump is that stupid. I believe Trump is just trying to chase the immigrants out. There's too many of them. I don't believe he want to go to war with his own citizens. I think they might have been a little sloppy now when they got out there, but once they give them more training and learn from the mistakes they might have made in Washington, D.C., they'll clean that up. They might have made mistakes in Washington, D.C. because they was just putting them together without the proper training, just hiring dudes and throwing them out there. But one thing for sure, if you do something crazy to me and I sue, I'm going to get $2 million. I'm going to win the lawsuit. They're going to settle quick. So if they do catch me out there, hit me with something, I'm sure going to be messed up for real. Let me tell it. I'm going to get me a couple meal. My own country did that. Under the guys they try to clean up the immigrants, I ain't no immigrant. I was born in 1958. And then you done did this to me, but my family worked for the government. That's going to go bad for you. That shit going to go right through the government. Like, they attack him. His so-and-so is this. His mama was this. Y'all attacked the wrong one. You're attacking your own people that work for the government. Black Americans and Americans, our family work for the government. How you going to attack somebody who relatives work for the government? That can make some sense. We work for the government. You understand? I don't think I don't think Trump that dumb though, because I don't even think he coming to Chicago. Because they saying they vibe is come on. Because the Chicago police ain't riding with that. No Chicago politicians is gonna ride with Trump, including the police, the fire department, and none of that. Because he's gonna be in violation of US law. He cannot bring military into his own country. He can only bring military to Washington, D.C., because Washington, D.C. is federal. Chicago is not federal. Chicago is state under Illinois. And he cannot violate Illinois and bring U.S. soldiers in Illinois. Can't happen. Anybody that think it can happen ain't that smart. You know what I'm saying? Anybody, because you got a bunch of weirdo conspiracy people. Don't you listen to them. Most of them don't know nothing. Some person on the computer just talking. They don't know nothing like that. The government, the citizens got more guns than the military. And the citizens live intermingled. And you can't have a war where all your businesses is intermingled. You can only have a war if you live over here and your enemy live over there. But if you live here and your enemy is here, you can't have a war because you got to tear up too much of your own stuff. Period. You cannot have no war in America where you live at. Wars is designed, they live over there, and you go blow that up. You can't blow up the United States, you go broke. You can't blow up Chicago. You can't blow up New York. You can't blow up nothing. You lose money. You blowing up your own finances. Conspiracy people ain't that smart. Martial law not gonna work. You're gonna lose money. Where you gonna get money from? Troy, if you got martial law in the United States, how much money you gonna be making? How much commerce is gonna be going on? Can they afford to be closed? Can America afford to all the businesses to be closed? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no. Can America afford to close all business down? Yes or no? Yes or no, Troy? I asked you, I'm not talking to you, Frank. You're not realistic. I'm trying to talk to somebody intelligent. I'm not trying to talk to you, Frank, because you don't got it all. You one of these conspiracy. You're not realistic. You're unrealistic. I'm not talking to you, okay? You're unrealistic. I don't. You one of them the sky is falling. So I can't talk to you. You and Frank, y'all ain't realistic. The National Guard was deployed to New Orleans during a real natural disaster, Brandon. So, like, you got to know who you talking to. There was Katrina. There was a real natural disaster. That's a good try. But remember, I'm 67. How old are you, Brandon? How old are you, Brandon? Because you out your league. Because I hope you don't think you was telling me nothing. How old are you, Brandon? How old are you? How old are you, Brandon? How old are you, Brandon? I don't deal with conspiracy people, Frank. I'm just not blocking nobody today, or you would have been blocked. Yeah, I would have been blocked you, Frank. Nobody want to hear that. make believe. You conspiracy people can change. So you could say something, and then when it don't happen, you could say something else. So I don't listen to people like you. You 43. All right. You out your league. Yeah, you out your league, Brandon. You're a little boy. Yeah, I can't waste time. You don't know what you're talking about. The National Guard could be deployed for certain emergencies depending on how you act, but the National Guard cannot go to war against its citizens. It's a good try, Brandon, but the National Guard cannot go to war against its citizens. They can come out in case of an emergency. That's a fact. But they cannot attack their citizens. And they have to be called by the state. And the state of Louisiana called the National Guard. The president did not just send them. The state requested them. So Illinois can request the National Guard, but Trump cannot just send the National Guard into a state. But good try, Brandon. Because any way you send the National Guard, the state requested them. The president did not just send them. The president cannot violate a state. You see, Brandon, a president cannot violate a state. The states tell the president what to do. The Senate and the Congress are states. He cannot violate one of them congressmen or one of them senators' territory. Can't do that. That's treason. That's treason. You can't do that. You're just a president. He worked for the states. It's the what? United what? What's the name of the country? All right, I rest my case. The United States. Like I said, I ain't talking to you, Frank, because you uneducated. You don't know what you're talking about. I can't talk to you. And you might be a bot. So this is the last time I'm even mentioning you. You don't know what you talk about, Frank. And that's the end of it. I don't see you. Just keep typing. Y'all don't listen to Frank. Frank don't know what he's talking about. A lot of people get on here and try to talk big time politics, and they're uneducated and don't know nothing, or they're conspiracy nuts. And conspiracy people will say anything. They'll say anything can happen. I'm talking real governmental politics. That the president's got limited power. He cannot wage war against his own citizens. That's treason. He cannot do that. He'll ruin commerce, business, all of that. They're not going to let you mess up the money. If you start fighting in the country, you mess up the money, and without the money, you can't pay the National Guard. You can't pay the police. You can't pay nobody. You mess up the money. Also, when you fight amongst yourself, you open up yourself from attack from another enemy. This is real revolutionary military talk. You could never fight against yourself when you got other enemies. This is over Frank's head. Because now you open yourself up for attacks from other enemies. You understand? You can't do that. You cannot bag Israel against Hamas. Right? And then you cannot bag Israel against Iran and then start fighting within your own country when you got big enemies, Hamas and Iran, Hezbollah and all them against you. No, can't do that. These little boys, y'all don't listen to them. They not real revolution. They not real soldiers. You cannot take your eye off of your real enemy and fight and tear up your own country. Listen, when I used to go to school, my mother always told me, and my sister here younger than me, and she said, if one of y'all, North Korea too, and China, they all take advantage of that. My mother used to tell me, if one of y'all come on with an eye black, both of y'all better have a black eye. And the rules when you go to school with your brother and sister, you never fight your brother and sister in front of the other kids because now the kids will jump on you and your sister. Once you show a split, you're done. This is something these other people there. If you go to school with your brother or your sister and you show them other kids a split in your family, them kids gonna dog both of y'all. That's a fact. No, the government don't think we're not an enemy. That's fake. Trump probably coming to chase away migrants. Y'all jumping conclusions, as usual on social media. Trump probably feel like if he show up in these cities, the migrants will get scared and run, which is a great strategy that worked just the other day in this city right here, and all the buildings is empty, and there ain't a migrant nowhere. So their strategy is smart. Just coming to the city will make all the illegals run. The citizens ain't got nowhere to run, so they'll still be here. But the migrants, they're going to run. And so if Trump show up in every city, the migrants going to run. Then they got men on the highway to pull you over once you flee. But that's over y'all head. This big Pharaoh, if y'all really want to learn. Right? If y'all really want to learn what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Just what you could do if you think I'm lying. Go over here and tell them I sent you. Go watch JLR Investigates. If you watch JLR Investigates, you're going to see in all his videos, you're going to see that they out there with roadblocks, grabbing the migrants off the roads, snatching them. They grabbing them, snatching them. Yep, go check them out. They snatching them. Snatching them. So when they come, boom, and you go, because you got to understand that the migrants in a lot of these cities didn't really want to be here, right? This real knowledge. Don't listen to nobody, listen to me. So let's take Chicago, New York. Them migrants didn't come here. The migrants did not come to Chicago. The migrants did not come to New York. Texas got overran, and the Texas governor was sending them here in New York on buses. Then, when the Chicago mayor started having the police stop the buses, the governor started putting them on planes. So people that didn't come to these cities on their own, they was going to leave anyway. Because they never came to Chicago They was sent by the governor. See, I'm going to tell you the real fact. Some of these people don't be knowing what they talk about. The governor sent them. So I give you an example. When the governor sent all them people to Chicago, right? That first year, that next year, how many of them you think was still here? Hardly none. They all had left. Listen, if Chicago have a bad cold winter below zero, who believes Venezuelans gonna stay here? The Mexicans been here for decades, so they used to it. But ain't no Venezuelan or nobody that just came across South America gonna stay in Chicago. That's why so many of them in California where it's warm. They not gonna stay in New York, and they not gonna stay in Chicago. It's gonna be too cold anyway, and too dangerous. They got backup in LA because LA been invaded by Mexicans. They got no backup here because you were in Chicago and you a long way from the border and you can't get no backup. So if the Venezuelans went to war here, they would have get wiped out. Whereas in California and Texas, the border right there, so they got, more backup coming. Ain't no backup coming in up here. You understand? Ain't no backup. The quick path to citizenship went away, G-Rock, because Biden didn't do his job, right? Listen. Listen. This is all Biden, all right? Y'all don't be listening to people that don't know what they talking about, okay? These people don't know what they're talking about. Listen to me. Don't listen to nobody that won't go get a channel, that won't put no work in, that's trying to cheat and come on somebody else's channel because they can't put no real information together, right? Don't listen to them because if they know so much, tell them to go do what I'm doing. Let me ask you a simple question. This is all Biden's fault, okay? This is 100% Joe Biden's fault. Exhibit A. Watch this. Watch this. Who did this man used to work for? Put it in the chat. Who did he work for? He worked for Obama. Remember they said Obama had the kids in cages, he was throwing everybody out? Right. Obama was throwing everybody out. Trump came in and kept everybody out. Biden came in and was sick, wasn't able to do the job. Biden was sick. Biden was only talking to the Americans from 10 in the morning to 2 in the evening because he couldn't stay up and he didn't know what was going on. So all of that happened under the Biden administration. Trump came in and hired the one that helped Obama keep it clean to go back and fix it like how Obama had it, and even better. Now they're going to make you think it's Democrat and Republican because they got to do what they got to do to win votes. But it's not Democrat and Republican. It's Biden was too old to do the job and senile and couldn't stay awake, didn't know where he was at, so he wasn't doing a good job. And that Trump is cleaning up Biden's mess. It's just that simple. It's not no war against America or anything like that, right? It's the United States government. And in the United States government, they not like y'all. They the United States government. So Republicans and Democrats are still together because it's the United States. So they have to run against each other, but they're not enemies. It's the voters and the weirdos on social media that don't know politics that's pretending they're opposition. They're not. These politicians are not oppositions. They represent the United States. One is Republican and one is Democrat. Trump and Obama are not ops. Neither is Trump and Biden. They're not opposition. They're just running for office. Just like in football, when two football teams play, they're not enemies. They just two football players, two teams, but they represent the NFL. They don't represent the Bears. They don't represent Los Angeles. They represent the NFL. These guys represent the United States of America. They just have different ways how they want to help America. That's it. The weirdo fans try to turn it into oppositions and trying to hate the other America or talk against other Americas. You voted for this one, you vote. That's those people don't know nothing about politics. Those people don't know nothing about politics. The people over here that's saying all that divisive, they're going to do all that. Them people that don't know what they talk about. Those are just people typing and just talking. It's the United States. And they'll get together against you in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. But they have different ways that they think things should be done. That's it. But they are not enemies. And they up in there in that Congress and that Senate drinking and laughing with each other. You can believe that. And if you think they in there and they enemies, you tripping. It's only a couple of them go overboard and really be the enemy. But all the rest of them, they all friends. Believe that. Everybody was tripping because for Jimmy Carter that Obama and Trump was so cordial and smiling. They is not enemies. That's fake. They not enemies. Obama is finishing what Trump is finishing what Barack started. This Barack's man. So far, Barack had the biggest deportation. Trump ain't caught him yet. Look it up. They were saying Barack had children in cages and all that. He was throwing them out. Biden couldn't do his job. You know one thing, what's your name? La Sombra. I teach my people don't listen to people like you. People like you never have no content, never can stand on your own, and you just be saying anything. Don't y'all listen to La Sombra. Don't be, when you on this social media, don't be listening to the conspiracy commenters. They know very little. They latch on to some conspiracy type mentality and they push stuff that's not real, okay? You want to learn something real. You don't be listening to all that end of the world. It's a secret. Don't be listening to all that. Because you can have 10 dudes come over here and 10 of them going to say 10 different weird conspiracies. that don't even match. That's the new thing now, to think you know something and say, no, they work with the KGB. This is weirdo stuff. Everybody want to know the secret. No, what's really going on, Don't listen to that stuff. Those are people you never see, and they always use names and pictures that show no class or no way that they're legitimate. You could never have legitimate information with an illegitimate identification. You're just a troll. And you got no heart. And you've got no knowledge, because you would be doing what I'm doing and you wouldn't be trolling. If you're not doing what I'm doing, then you should be listening and learning. But if you're coming over here trying to teach, but you don't got the stand up, and you're not strong enough to teach on your own page, you're bootleg. You're a false teacher saying nonsense. You understand? And I'm just not blocking anybody today. Not told, because you would have been blocked. A lot of y'all would have been blocked. The only reason you over here, because I told them that today is a free chat. But come back tomorrow and you're going to be blocked. You understand? And you could talk, but I'm not going to be responding. Once I find out you ain't on nothing, I'm going to talk to these people, not you. You're a distraction. And you might be a government agent yourself. You might be a Russian or anything. Somebody that brings division and anarchy and confusion. Y'all got to watch who you listen to on this social media. Real talk. When you go and you watch something and you see people like some of these people come into chats, don't ever listen to them. Don't ever listen to people that come in the chat and you see them, it's like they almost try to take over the conversation. Don't ever listen to people like that. People like these ones that's trolling at the bottom of my, because it could be the same person going on too. You know what I'm saying? These is like negative people. Don't ever listen to them. Always listen to who you logged into, no matter who it is. Don't listen to no lazy person that try to come into somebody else's information and teach on top of somebody. They have no dignity. They have no self-respect, and they don't know nothing. You understand? So you never listen to them. They like leeches, like bloodsuckers. And when they see somewhere and they see knowledge, they come in and try to suck. You know what I'm saying? They don't mean no good for nobody. It's just negative people that don't know nothing. So that's why they got to come like over here, because they don't know nothing. They can't hold a conversation on their own. They can't build an audience on their own. You know what I'm saying? They can't build an audience on their own. So never pay no attention to people like that be like distractions. These be devils. These be like dark energies, right? So when you're trying to have light and stuff and somebody's trying to distract from that, they always dark. This is for when you go on other pages. So when you see anybody interrupting the teacher or the person talking, those people are negative. Negative. They're trying to draw their attention to themselves in the laziest way. They're too lazy to build an audience, right? In case you wonder why I'm ignoring some of these people. So when it comes to Chicago, nothing is going to happen as far as running over the rights of states. You cannot come into Chicago unless you get permission from the state of Illinois. You got to get permission from Frisker. And Trump cannot override J.B. Frisker, who is the governor. This is why the Republicans are cheating in Texas so that they can try to take over the government. The Republicans are doing a lot of underhanded criminal activities, really, to try to hijack a system that can't be hijacked. It's just a waste of time because soon as Trump don't deliver, all his supporters are going to turn against him. At the end of the day, some jobs better pop up. These tariffs better not keep rising these prices up, or he's done. Because right now, the prices is through the roof. And he's busy playing G.I. Joe and ain't trying to fix the economy. Many people say he's just distracting the fact of his failing economical situation. And economics always rule. And if he don't get no money in these people's hands, they're going to chase him out the White House butt naked. That's a fact. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt to see if it's some method to his madness. I have to see. Maybe he doing the overplay for the overplay and then boom, it's going to be money. But if it don't be no money, he's done. He's finished. And they'll lock him up because they want to lock him up anyway. They'll lock him up. They will sure go in there and cuff him and drag him out of there. Because one thing about him, he has a tendency to turn on all his people. And all the people that's in office with him now, they all hate him by next year. Look at Marjorie. She turned on him already. We've seen this movie before. But I still don't want to jump to conclusions and say he ain't trying to really do right to get these people out of here. But all of this come to Chicago at the same time everybody asking for the Epstein files. You know, you ain't fooling me with that. That smoke and mirrors trying to hide the main story. Was you in the Epstein file? So now you want to bring National Guard. You want to do anything, you know what I'm saying? You want to upstage the news. I mean, anybody smart, really, you know what I'm saying? But were you in the Epstein files? Because if so, they're going to impeach you. They're going to get you out of here. And he's sick, you know. So I'm really thinking about J.D. Vance because Trump's ankles is about this big. His hands is all got bruises and is super swole. So I don't think he's going to even finish this year. He's probably going to pass away. He's not feeling well. But I got to give it to him. He's hanging in there even though he don't feel well. Because he's an actor, so he's definitely acting. But Trump is sick as a dog. Because Americans thought they was voting younger than an 80-year-old by voting for a 79-year-old. It's like, wait a minute. Biden is too old, so you vote for somebody that's a year younger to him. Okay, that make all right. If you say so, that didn't make no sense. I've been telling y'all it's got to be age limits on the presidency. You cannot be the president past like 78. So the last year you can run is at 74 years old. It's the last time you can run. Maybe even younger than that. It might have to be 75. The last time you can run is 71. That's it. That way at 71, if you win, you can run for re-election and you'll be out of there by 75. But all this 78, 79, 80, no. All these congressmen and senators in their 70, all that, the Feinstein chicken, all that, that's got to go. You know, that's got to go. But I'm trying to see what he's going to do because, you know, I like to be open-minded and I don't like to be like the other political hacks. So I'm trying to give him a benefit of the doubt and see what he's going to do. I just don't want to say, oh, he don't know what he's doing, because I don't know what he's doing. So if I don't know what he's doing, how can I say he don't know what he's doing? I have no idea what his plan is. I suspect that he wants to come through with the National Guard to make all the migrants run on their own. That's what I suspect. I don't believe he's trying to attack Americans. I believe he's trying to do the same thing he did with this building. It's empty. And all the migrants leaving this building and all the migrants running from them farms is definitely going to benefit Americans in the long run. Because now we're going to have to come up with the ingenuity of people to go run these farms, to go get into these houses, to go get these jobs, all these construction jobs. Young black foundational black Americans got more opportunity for jobs than ever before. All New York, Chicago, all they got all them construction jobs is going to be wide open if they get them illegals out of here. So it's time for you to go and really get your carpentry game up, get your plumbing up, pipe fitting and all that. It's time for you to go learn these trades, because if they run these people out here, it's going to be plenty of jobs. And it's a good thing, because many of these people are not doing a good job. They're cheap labor and it shows. And that's why when you move in these apartments and stuff like that, it'd be half put together. The tile be no good. The wood be barely nailed. Nothing ain't done professional, because they hiring people that are not professionals to do it just because they Mexicans or some type of illegals. And they got these people doing the job they are not trained to do. And the work is shabby all across America. You've never seen so much shabby work in your life. Go look at they gonna work quick. They say the Mexicans work quick, but the work do not be good. It does not. The work be horrible. That's why it's done so quick, because it's just thrown together. It's just thrown together. Where in America now with them, you go get an apartment and they just paint it over the other paint. And you could see, you know how paint's got them lumps because it had been painted over so many times. Nobody would take the paint off the wall and paint it fresh. They just paint over, paint over, paint over. It looked horrible. They don't do a good job. They can do simple jobs like change tires at a used tire place. They can do that good. But technical stuff, they can't do that. Roofing, plumbing, all that, man, that stuff gonna be half done. Cause they didn't really go to school for it. They not real roofers and that. Cause Mexico is raggedy. Mexico is substandard. Mexico ain't you don't want to live like they live in Mexico. Mexico ain't prestige, ain't grade A work. It's bootleg. People going down there getting dentist work, getting their breasts done down there in them bootleg countries. They all gonna be something wrong with all of them. Trying to get some cheap work done. And so for all the people that's conspiracy weirdos, it's like they're gonna come to Chicago. Because you got a lot of racists that they want to see them come and mistreat black people. Because a lot of people in this country don't like the progress of foundational black Americans. They never liked that progress. And so they always be trying to fight against our progress or fight against us. And now that we got a lot of us in cities and we mayors and stuff, they hate it. So they'll put a person in there that's not black, that's not qualified at all, just based on the color of their skin, but they don't have no qualifications. And a black person, we have to work 15 times harder than a white person for a position. They don't have to be nothing to get the position. You got to be the best in the whole world to get the position. Everybody know it. That's why America's falling, because white America's racist and they won't hire the best people. They used to have good stuff because they used to make us do it for them for free. But now that they got to do it themselves, a lot of the quality done went down because they'll go hire somebody that's gonna do less quality, so they don't got to do the work. The quality has gone down. You could barely find somebody to fix your car right, to fix anything right. Barely. The white Americans that do good work, they keep quality people. That's why they still do good work. But the ones that go start hiring cheap labor, nothing. And then foundational black Americans, everything that's happening to us business wise is our fault because we always want to go and be uppity and we don't want to start from the bottom in our own community. We want to go beg somebody else for a job with a high position instead of coming to our community and set up a place and do roofing and do fencing and do concrete right in your community. You want to be prestigious and go get a job somebody else because all you care about is what kind of car you driving and how you dressed and how big your house is. You're not thinking long term for the benefit of the community. So our black business professionals, they always sell us out. Or we would have black law firms right in the black community. We would have black restaurants right in the black community. We don't because they want to go somewhere else. They want to take their talent somewhere else. They want to be the only black person in a white business. They don't want to build from the ground up. They don't. Our black politicians, they don't come to the community and do nothing. They be scared. That's one thing I say about Barack Obama. He was too scared to push for reparations. He shouldn't have ran if he was scared. If you're scared, go to church. How you a black man, you don't get in there and push the line for reparations. You start stuttering. That's our problem. And then when whites get in there and push for whites, we get mad. How you gonna get mad? They doing what they supposed to do. They supposed to help their people. But black people get mad when white people help white people first. But these same black people don't help black people first. It's crazy. Whites, who they supposed to help? They supposed to help their own people first. Plus, that's not even done intentionally. What do I mean by that? I'm a white American. I work downtown. At the business I work in, there's an opening. I go home. I tell my wife there's an opening down there. My wife gonna do what? Suggest, well, what about Raymond down there? Or what about Jeremy? And I guess it's a good idea. I go talk to Jeremy's father, say, hey, could Jared come down and work? He come down to work. I didn't do it just because he's white. I know that them. I'm trying to fill the position. It's easier for me as a white man to fill the position with white people I could find. It's not really discriminating against you. It's hiring somebody who right there. Hey, what you want me to go look for a black person when I got all these young white men out of college that my family know that I could put right in the position? So was it racist when my auntie took me to W.F.R. Printing Company and they hired me on the spot? They hired me because she worked there. They needed a position. She said, my nephew can come do it, and she bought me. If it would have been a white person there that had a nephew, that's who they would have bought. So that was racist because A black woman bought me in there. I got the job with no nothing. They didn't care. They're like, oh, you want to work? Sign right here. Come tonight. Because they knew my auntie. So if I'm white and they know me, they're going to hire whoever I bring down there. And it's easier for me to bring whites because that's who I'm around. Duh. That's not racism. That's opportunity that's right there. And they're going to take it. Nobody's going to keep helping a race when you don't help yourself. You say the white establishments might refuse the black man's business. Ain't the black man supposed to spend money with his own business? I'm confused what you're saying. You really proving my point, Gloria. I don't understand. I don't understand. We was just bragging about our spending power when it comes to boycotting the hair products. So do we got money or we don't got it? We're the seventh. Look. Watch this. Hold on, watch this. Tell me, am I tripping or what? Okay. Look at this. 10 most populated countries in Africa. Over to your right. Nigeria. They got 222 million people. Ethiopia, 126 million. Egypt, 112 million. The Congo, 102 million. Tanzania, 67 million. South Africa, 60 million. Kenya, 55 million. Sudan, 48 million. We right there. We got 50 million. We would be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We would be the 8th biggest nation in Africa. We're not a small amount of people. Out of the whole Africa, we would be 8. Make it make some sense. What do you mean Europeans? What you need them for? Black buying power. 2 trillion. $2 trillion. 1 trillion point 98. Basically 2 trillion. 1.98 trillion. 2 trillion buying power. We don't need nobody. We got enough money to support our 2 trillion. That's why the guy from Target lost his position, because when we boycotted Target, they lost a lot of money. We got a lot of money. I'm talking about Black America. I ain't talking about Brazil. I'm talking about in Africa. I said in Africa, what's your name, Marlo Factor? I said we would be 8th in Africa. Brazil is not in Africa, bro. I said we would be 8th in Africa. That was Africa. That was Africa. Africa got 54 countries. And we got a bigger population than 44 countries. 44 countries in Africa got a smaller population than us. We have enough money to support our own businesses and build our own communities and do our own thing. We just won't do it. That's all. That's all. We just won't do it. It's that simple. We don't need nobody. All we need to do is spend our money with ourselves and only buy what's absolutely necessary from other people until we get up enough money to not have to buy that either. Basically. Stop going to the Koreans and all them getting your hair done. But we won't do it. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't know what that got to do with Black Americans ranking against Africans. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Saying like you got some. I don't know what that got to do. You understand? I don't know what that's got to do with comparing us to African countries. Comparing us to African countries. We got a bigger population than 44 countries, 45 countries, 46 countries. I don't know what that got to do with Brazil. I don't know. I don't know. What does that have to do with Brazil? What am I missing? The need to try to tell somebody something sometimes makes it kind of ridiculous to where you don't even know what the person is saying when you're trying to one up somebody. You're so busy trying to add something that you ain't even on the subject. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? That's got no, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about U.S. I'm not talking about Brazil. I'm talking about how big of a population Black Americans have compared to Africa. This has nothing to do with Brazil. Brazil is irrelevant. But if Brazil is relevant to you, that's a problem. That's something you got to work out because it's irrelevant information. Because the comparison is to the countries in Africa. So I don't know what you're talking about. So the comparison don't make no sense. I'm comparing it against 54 countries. So you don't even know what I'm comparing it with. I'm saying out of 54 countries, Black Americans is in the top 10 in Africa as far as population. That's it. This has nothing. I don't know. I don't know. There's definitely I ain't even say it. So this is why y'all a lot of times I be blocking people and stuff because they really be interrupting y'all saying information that's not beneficial to you all and confusing the conversation. And then they be saying stuff don't make no sense. They be hurting the audience. You know what I'm saying? Like off subject, just anything. It'd be bad for the chat, you know? So when I go back to blocking people or putting them on timeout, so you know, I don't be just trying to be mean, but there's people that you trying to say something specific and they just come and say something that has nothing to do with the conversation and distract people and take people off on some weird stuff and try to like almost ruin the point I'm trying to make with for what I don't know, like comparing points. When I'm trying to make a specific point to my subscribers. And they supposed to be over here listening. So you got a lot of them over here. So that's not that smart. They trying to prove it, but they really proving otherwise. See what I'm saying? They're not that they're not that wise. They're not people you should listen to because you'll say blueberries is this and they'll say, tangerines. You know what I'm saying? Like People you definitely wouldn't want to do business with. And if they black Americans, they've proven my point. You would never be able to have a shareholders meeting or business meeting with them, because when you're doing business, you have to be direct about what you're talking about. You can't just be talking about anything just because it's the subject. You have to stay on point with what we're talking about. You can't just blurt out anything that don't got nothing to do with nothing. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? People that's watching that really should just be quiet and just taking advantage that I don't block them. You know what I'm saying? Abusing they privilege to be over here, got no manners, no decency. But sometimes I want to leave it so y'all can see for yourself. Some of these people have no decency whatsoever. In real life, nobody would talk to them. Nobody would want them at a party or an event or a business meeting. You know what I'm saying? Nobody would be around you in real life. For you all that see these people, because I ain't going to say their name, don't ever be like them. They're showing you what not to never be. Okay? Don't ever be like that. Because they would not be allowed in any circle. I'm just being nice. They would have been blocked from this conversation. I just don't want to block nobody today because I wanted people to see that. So I'm doing two things. I'm talking about something I'm showing y'all, because you might want to be a content creator, how you have to protect your information and your lives from invaders, negative parasites, know-it-alls that don't really know nothing and want to know stuff at your expense. These people want to be smart at my expense of my conversation, but on their own don't know nothing, and they be having fake names and all of that. It don't even be that. And in real life, they'll get did dirty because people only tell them to shut up once. Nobody will let you be around them, keep being obnoxious like that. Not in real life. They can't go nowhere and be around normal people with that behavior like that. Boy, who gonna hang out with you? Who gonna deal with you? Who wanna be married to you? Who? So that's what's going on. So the Trump situation is not necessarily bad or good. I think we just have to watch it and see how it turns out. That's it. But I'm gonna tell you like this: don't get on social media talking bad about Donald Trump. Okay? Those of y'all that watch me, that listen, do not be posting bad things about Trump or talking bad about Trump and make yourself a target. Okay? Right? Do not be talking about Trump. Do not be saying bad things about Trump and make yourself a target. And don't let nobody come over here and say something bad, because they might be working, they might be agents trying to see who gonna take a bite. So when you see somebody in there like Trump that's calling the FBI and calling people and sicking them on people, don't speak on them. Don't make no problems for yourself. Do not be posting negative information about Trump and make yourself a target. Because that's all you're going to do is make yourself a target. You know what I'm saying? Don't do it. Like I'm talking about it, that's why I'm talking right down the middle. I wouldn't be coming over here bashing him while he's in office and why he's power tripping. That wouldn't be smart. And if ICE come to your city, and you should do this anyway, go down and get 2 birth certificates with the seal. Keep one of them in your pocket and keep your license. Keep your license and your birth certificate with you at all times. Me, I got a legal name change, so I got to keep my birth certificate with the seal, my license, and my official papers for my name change with the seal on me at all times. So if ICE or somebody pull you over, you can show them your legal documents and you'll be fine. But you're going to have to prove, you could possibly have to prove you're an American citizen. So it don't make no sense to be mad about something but not prepared. The main thing you want to do is go home. So do what's necessary to go home and let the government fix itself. Don't you go out there trying to fix the government and get your family all caught up. So make sure you have your ID on you. If it don't got the seal, it ain't worth nothing. Go down to City Hall, right? Go down to City Hall, get your birth certificate with the seal, and keep your license on you. If you smart. When they come to your city. I got a birth certificate with the seal already. I got my legal name changed with the seal. It show my name on my birth certificate. Then it show I changed my name. And I got my license. Order it. Order it and have it on you because it could save you from going through a lot of problems of being locked up until you get it and all that. Family members got to go get it. You know what I'm saying? Have it on you so that when they looking for immigrants, you like, I'm not an immigrant. This is me. They're like, okay, they're going to go get the immigrants because they're going to throw these immigrants out of here. You can believe that. It ain't going to be hardly, it ain't going to be a legal immigrant hardly nowhere in this country. You're going to have to get out. And then if you want to be work on the farmers or something, you're going to have special papers. They're going to let you back in to pick food, all that. But all these miscellaneous people running around here, while they beefing with Iran, while they beefing with Hamas, oh no, because they looking for all them Arab and them Muslim people. They throwing them out. They're going to throw all them Haitians out. Haitians are going to be gone. They're going to throw them out. If you're a Jamaican or anything like that, and your citizenship ain't solid, they're going to send you on. You got to go. That's a fact. This is just the first year. Next year, it's going to still be going on. After 2 years, watch. And if something happened to Trump, J.D. Nance going to come in there and finish. He going to finish. He going to finish. Because Homan's going to keep his job. They're going to throw you out. They're going to throw people out of here. Because too many people have came to this country, eating out this country, and don't care nothing about the country. They got to go. You want to come to the country, and then you want to wave Mexican flags. You got to go. Go back to Mexico. What'd you even come for? You live in Mexico so much. Get out. Because you're disrespectful. Because in terms of like war, when the other person plant a flag in your country, that means you've been conquered. So when you waving all the Mexican flags, that represents you've conquered America. You got to go. Because they're going to go back to that. You're going to have to represent the flag where you live at. You understand? You're going to have to represent the flag you live at. And if you ain't proud of where you live at, get out. I agree 100%. If you live in here and you just love somewhere else so much, you got to get out. That's like being with a woman and she constantly tell you how she love her ex so much. You got to dump her. Let her go back to him. People that come here because their country can't take care of them and then praise their country are some of the most phoniest people ever. Because your country couldn't take care of you. And then you come here and love your country, the country you had to flee. Which means you ain't got no love for this country. So you ain't going to do your best. You know what I'm saying? We got too many people in this country that's not going to do right by this country. They just leeches, bloodsuckers. They're just here to leech out the country. The rest of us, because I've been seeing a lot of black immigrants. They say, we can go back to Nigeria. We can go back to Haiti. Where you black Americans going to go? If I'm president, I'm finding each one of y'all and I'm kicking y'all out now. Because you showing that you just a user, basically. And then you wishing bad on black Americans. So I wish bad right back on you. And then you dumb. Because why would you have ICE out here and get on there and say, I could go home? And when them people see that, they're going to make sure you go home. Because I feel like black immigrants that talk crazy, else we should call ICE on them. That's what I feel. I feel if you got the nerve to talk crazy to me, you're an immigrant, I should call ICE. Because, man, all is fair is love and war. And if you're an enemy, then I don't owe you nothing. I'm supposed to treat you like an enemy. And I wish the worst for my enemy. So why wouldn't I call the police on you? You the enemy. It ain't the streets. That's what I believe. I believe every black immigrant that speak against us, we should send that stuff to ICE and get them out of here. Disrespect deserves disrespect. And that's the nice way, because I really believe something else, but I can't say it. I'm going to just keep it real. There's no way you could walk up and hate on a man and be safe somewhere where they live at, especially Africans who let a lot of their people, sold a lot of their people into slavery. They really should shut up. As raggedy as Africa is and unorganized as Africa is. So for somebody to come in from Africa, well, we got somewhere to go. We don't got to stay here. Hurry up and go then. You know, a lot of this crazy talking, it ain't going to work good out in the streets if people recognize you. You know what I'm saying? I think black immigrants that's talking crazy that's over here, I don't know what's wrong with them. That's as dumb as you could get. So yeah, grab them, all of them, and throw them out. since we don't know who's who. Throw them out. The ones that's innocent, blame the ones that was talking crazy. They got you thrown out. Because we was making it for you. You ain't helping us. We made it on our own. This is what I say to black Africans. You Johnny come lately. You ain't help us. You really, if you don't got no respect, you really a coward. You show up after we did all the fighting for you. That's the most egregious thing about other blacks when they come to the United States. We the one did the fighting for you to walk around here. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be able to walk around here. They wouldn't even let you on the plane if we still had Jim Crow. They wouldn't have ever let you on no plane come from Africa here, come from the Caribbean here under Jim Crow. They wouldn't have let you on their plane. What make you think you would have been able to get on their plane and come here? What make you think they would have let a plane from your country come here? They wouldn't have let no Ethiopian plane come here, no African plane come here. Not under Jim Crow. Unless you was bringing some diplomat to talk to the president. That's it. They wouldn't let no citizens come here. So I don't know what's wrong with the blacks that be talking crazy. The Dominicans be talking crazy, but they up there in New York. They ain't in Chicago, Detroit, and stuff like that. They wouldn't be doing that down here. They doing New York, but New York is an immigrant city. So a lot of the blacks up there ain't foundational black Americans either. So they don't care. A lot of the blacks, they hide under black consciousness to hide. They hide under Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, but they don't really like us like that. But they got to do something to be accepted. So they do this fake black something. They'll make up some black stuff to get us to support them. But they don't really, really consider themselves us. That's what's behind a lot of that Moorish stuff. I guarantee you a lot of Moors is black immigrants. So they talking about nationality and all that. Because they really ain't foundational black Americans. We already got nationality. We Americans. What are you talking about? And what's up with a man? We can tell you what you want to be. You know? Where they do that at? Where they do that where you think you can tell me what I want to identify? You ain't paying no bills over here. I don't know you. Not like that. Man, your business. You feel me? So now they don't like black Americans not dealing with you. But we ain't just not dealing with you for no reason, Wes Craven. I've been doing this for a long time. The hate that go to black immigrants started that. I'm 67. You young. You don't know what you're talking about. Jamaicans been come over here with the Yankee stuff. Africans been came over here with the weirdo stuff. Are you talking about the Moors? Now some of them Moors is from the Virgin Islands and stuff like that. They ain't all from Africa. A lot of them Moors is Virgin Islanders. A lot of them pro-black Africans, they Caribbean, I should say. A lot of them pro-black people that's not FBA, they Caribbean. Like Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is like Cuban and something. That's why he don't stand for reparations. A lot of them is from the Virgin Islands, St. Croix, St. Thomas, Jamaica, Trinidad, like that. A lot of them. So they do this black conscious stuff. You know what I'm saying? To kind of weave us in with some unidentifiable group. but they don't really stand on nothing that benefit Black Americans, but they walk like you, talk like you, rap like you, do everything like you, but they ain't really you, and they don't stand up for you. So you won't see them say reparations because they ain't getting nothing. You know what I'm saying? Basically, I be seeing them. Some of them is still kind of cool, but I don't hear them saying nothing for reparations. So it's like a line right there. Like, how cool are you? Because you sure ain't standing up for us. So they'll be pushing all this woke ideology and, always some weirdo stuff to bounce around the issue of reparations and who is who. So a lot of people don't want us identifying themselves as FBA because they be outed. They want to be able to keep blending in. That's why they be calling them tethers, because they be like trying to tether themselves to us, but they not really us. They look for some type of fake description so they can say we all the same. And a lot of times when you look, they try to make some kind of money or some type of, you know what I'm saying? Some type of play they got going that benefit them financially to push like this miscellaneous uh, diaspora or melanated is another word, native, you know what I mean? And all this stuff. That's why they be saying they you native and all that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So sometimes they'll be like, we from over here, but they parents from the Caribbean via Africa. You know what I'm saying? Well, say, where your mama from? My mom from the Virgin Islands. Them people came from Africa. So why you trying to act like you a Native American when you ain't even from America? You from the Virgin Islands. You know how many people talk about we Native Americans, we was over here, but their parents ain't from up here? Their parents ain't from up here. I just be being nice, you know, because I could really be out going to war and exposing everybody and just making mad enemies, which they can't do nothing about. Because I would just get a street team. I wouldn't get no conscious team with me. I get like gangs with me. Like people don't know nothing, and I be the one know the conscious stuff, and all the guys just be gang members for the smoke. That's how I would build my crew. You know what I'm saying? That's how I would build my crew. But I'm just trying to teach everybody and help everybody know what's going on. But as far as the Trump situation, keep your mouth shut. Don't make no noise. When they come to your city, move low pro. Keep all your documents with you. Let them go out here and chase all these immigrants and stuff out of here. And then they'll be gone and you come on back outside. But do not be protesting for these immigrants. They got to stand on their own. They don't care nothing about you and stay out the way. If with ICE in them out here and you know they in your town, why you got open liquor in the car? Why you smoking herb in the car? Why is you breaking laws at that particular time? You looking to get arrested. So like clean it up. And this fall, stay in the house. Don't be out there. Let them spin their wheels and spend money. They got to figure out how they going to get their money back. Because he's not going to be able to do that very long. He will not be able to have ICE out here till January. They ain't got enough money to do that. You know what I'm saying? He going to have to end that whole ICE stuff quick. So all that threats, he gonna send them here, he gonna send them there, they gonna send them there. They gonna pay him $50 an hour and all that. From where? Where you gonna get the money from? Where you gonna get the money from to pay for that? With that not bringing no money back in. They got to go out and try to lock people up and try to raise some bail money to pay the ICE people. And then this America, y'all know some ICE agents is going to go and do something stupid and break the law and make the news. You already know that. They're going to be like an ICE agent has been with children. Oh, an ICE agent this and that. An ICE agent was working with the cartels. Oh, you all already know that a lot of the ICE agents is going to be crooks. Not a lot, but too many. So you can just get ready for the ICE agents stories that come out. Because you know doggone well a lot of them ICE agents ain't qualified to be no ICE agents. And a lot of them probably criminals and all kind of weirdos going and getting on ICE. It's crazy. And you also know somewhere some violence going to kick off. The ICE going to take some L somewhere. You already know some lunatic going to run up on them. The big beautiful bill gave him 150 billion for ICE, right? But that 150 billion was taken from somewhere and they got to put it back somewhere. And that's what's going to be the problem. Because how could you spend 150 billion if you don't get no money back? See what I'm saying, Josh? I know they can get the money, but the question is, where you going to get that kind of money and can't get it back? Because you robbing Peter to pay Paul. That 150 billion came from somewhere that could have did something else. Now, if you don't make no money to put that back to do what it's supposed to do, it's going to be shortfalls. Because where the hell you get 150 billion from? From somewhere else that needed it. You know what I'm saying? And then if the violence kick off, ICE ain't going to be built for it. It's going to start being too many questions asked. Because they could lose 150 billion just by hurting the wrong people and getting sued. They could easily get sued for 75 billion if they mistreat too many Americans. They gonna get sued. Because them judges don't like Trump. He got the Supreme Court, but he ain't got every judge in the United States don't like him. You see, they told him he got to close Alligator Alcatraz. He ain't no dictator like he trying to be. It's a whole bunch of politicians can't stand him. He trying to make it all Republican, but it ain't gonna never happen. That ain't gonna never happen. That whole thing he trying to do gonna crash and burn. It ain't gonna work. The way he doing certain things he doing is a disaster. For sure. Certain way he's moving is no way it's gonna work. But I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt with the ICE and all that to see if he got if it's a method to his madness. I gotta wait to see. But he's all over the place. He's got warships down there by Venezuela right now. He want to go to war with the cartels. He all over the place. But where's the money gonna come from? How you spend $150 billion on ICE, but you ain't got Social Security money? You know what I'm saying? Where's the money for Social Security? What's gonna happen with the tariffs if these stores be empty? What's going to happen if these prices keep going up? Because I had a friend went to the store. They said what they bought usually costs about $57. It costs them $80. Facts. They said what they usually buy costs $57 and it cost them $80. How long you think the Americans gonna put up with that? Do I think the agenda is over his head? I think I think it could be. I I don't know. It could be over his head, or he might be doing something that makes some sense. It's really hard to tell, Josh, until the plot unfolds. So I can't look at this and know. I don't know what the goal is. So that's why I'm not jumping out the window, because I don't know if they already thought all of this through. I can't tell yet. No, I can't tell. Because, like I said, it might not be nothing but to scare the migrants to leave on their own, the way they got this building. So they might just be trying to run a bluff. I can't tell. But if he's running the bluff, that's a smart idea. If he send ICE to all these cities and a lot of migrants just leave because they scared, because a lot of migrants is just going back home. If that's the plot, that's smart. If he can fake them into leaving, fake them into going on the road and grabbing them, because they grabbing trucks and stuff left and right. Man, they are grabbing people left and right. Left and right. I kid you not. Man, they are grabbing people out on these roads left and right. You trust me what I'm telling you. If you think I'm lying, go watch this channel right here. Man, they are out on the highway jumping out. And man, they are grabbing people. Go watch JLR. Man, they are grabbing people left and right. Left and right. They're out on the highway and they are grabbing people out of cars and everything. I kid you not. I kid you not. They're grabbing people out of cars and everything. All up and down the highway, man. Go watch this channel. Man, they after them people though. Hey, they after them immigrants. You know what I'm saying? They after them people. They not playing no game. They grabbing people left and right and left. I'm telling you, they grabbing a lot of people. You see this? They grabbing a lot of people. Look, unprecedented ICE arrests more than 4,000 across Virginia in just 6 months. I kid you not. ICE arrests 120 plus illegal immigrants. Man, they are grabbing people like crazy. 270,000 illegals forcibly returned to Mexico as Los Angeles collapsed. ICE agents detain U.S. citizen outside job in Southern California. Mother of three detained by immigrant agents outside Van Nuys Home Depot. Homeland Security details recent ICE arrest in Arlandria neighborhood. I mean, you can go all the way down. They grabbing them. They not playing. 2 days ago, breaking. ICE secret raid at Boston University. 1,500 students deported overnight. 1,500. Man, they not playing. I'm telling you. I've been watching it. A day inside NYC's 26th Federal Plaza ICE Processing Center. ICE instantly deports courthouse of illegals. Man, they not playing. I've been watching the videos. They pulling them over on the roads everywhere. ICE arrests Minneapolis man after pulling them from a car. They not playing. Dozens of workers detained by ICE in Edison warehouse raid. They raiding warehouses, schools, factories, you name it. They raiding them. I've been watching it for like a week and a half. I've been watching it for like a week and a half. They're not playing no games. None. If you illegal, you out of here. And they everywhere. They all over the country. And growing. They not playing. They having chases on the highway. It'll blow your mind. People jumping out of trucks, running across fields, they grabbing them. They got checkpoints all up and down the interstate. They got checkpoints. So like malfactor, they got checkpoints all around Iowa. Trust me. They grabbing them before they even get there and when they leaving there. All across this country, they is on the highway heavy. They pulling over trucks and trucks got fake walls. And they opening up the walls and it's full of people. They got people hid everywhere. You should see, man. You should see how they smuggling these people. They got people hid everywhere. They got secret compartments and cars and all of that. You should see it, man. It's crazy. That's why I say he got a method because he grabbing a lot. He getting a lot. And some of these people are some dangerous people. They're going to find some children, watch, being smuggled. They're gonna find a lot of stuff. They're going to find a lot of stuff. It's a lot of people being brought into this country illegally and working for no money so people could get rich. Free labor, like slavery. Bring you in and pay you $2.50 an hour. Real talk. So that's it on that. Do your research on it. It's not a joke. And make sure you can always prove who you are. And make sure you support the channel, right? Support the channel. Be positive and keep your ID on you and always be able to prove who you are. Because it's up. It is definitely up. Do not take this for a joke. They not playing. None. And when you get a chance, watch the video so you be aware. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all the way up. Victory.